Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome. Welcome to the 11th National Forum for the Civil Justice Council. Welcome to you in the room, the people who are here in person, and also the people who are online. I have no idea. Hope you can hear us. One of the curiosities about being in the Court of Appeal is that almost everything that we do in the civil division is live streamed, which takes some getting used to, because you sort of sit there doing your judging and then suddenly remember that there's a little green light over in the corner to remind you that somewhere my daughter on YouTube is the only person watching this terribly important Court of Appeal decision making. So just remember that there are people online, and we want to try and bring them in as much as you in the room. The proceedings are recorded and they will be published when we're finished. I have to tell you about the fire exits. They are there and there. There are life jackets under you. No, that's the wrong script. There are Civil Justice Council helpers. The people who actually run the CJC are all available. They've got special badges so you can find them. Please use their help if you need it. They're all here and willing to help. You'll be astonished to know that there are bathroom facilities. They are outside. I hope you just out on the corridors out there. Refreshments are also available outside in the corridors when the appropriate time comes. I am told that the Wi-Fi password, oh, there you go, there it is. If I were you, I would get your phone out right now and take a photograph of that, and then you will know what the Wi-Fi password is at the moment later on this morning when you want to actually log into the Wi-Fi. That's my own suggestion. There is an app called Slido, which is available for the online participants for them to send in questions and comments. And again, the Civil Justice Council folk will be keeping an eye on that, and they'll be able to participate by using Slido. For the benefit of our online participants, I'm told that you will find the details of how to use Slido underneath the YouTube live stream that you're all watching. Now, I'm getting a whole sea of blank looks from down there, but that is, I'm told, the way it's working. This year we've had a number of what I will call members of the public, that is to say someone who isn't a civil justice nerd, a judge, a lawyer, or someone working in the lay sector, but someone who's actually none of those things. We have some members of the public here, and you're very welcome. And partly for that reason, I will just make sure that we're all aware what the purpose of this forum is. It's really very simple. It's an opportunity for everybody here to contribute to the improvement of civil justice. That's really what this is about. So please, please, please contribute. In the course of it, you'll hear a bit about the work of the Civil Justice Council, and of course you'll have an opportunity to network and meet each other. But that is what this is all about, and I hope we can all do that. Just to finish, just to remind you that we do want to be as strict as we can be on the timing. We have a full program of events, and we need to try and make sure that it keeps to the time to make sure everyone gets a chance to contribute as much as they can. So that's the fascinating welcome. Thank you very much. I now need to introduce the unintroducible. That is the Master of the Rolls, Sir Jeffrey Voss. You don't need me to say much about Sir Jeffrey. He's an absolute star when it comes to promoting and improving the civil justice system. And I'm not going to embarrass him any further, but allow him to make his speech. Jeffrey.
Well, thank you, Colin, and good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to see so many friendly faces in the room, and although I can't see the friendly faces online, you're as welcome as everybody here in the room. This is the Civil Justice Council's 11th National Forum, and I understand that we've had more than 300 people registering for today's events, which is more than we've ever had before. So it's getting more and more popular, and we might all, while we're here, thank Robin Knowles, who I see over there, for running the first 10 years of the National Forum, and I hope that he will have provided a launch pad for the next 10 years of successful meetings. Now, this year's subject is important. It's about improving access to justice for all dash the future. And those of you who know me will know that the future is the thing that I'm really interested in. We have a full and exciting schedule for the day, and I'm sure that everybody here and everybody online will find it stimulating and rewarding. To set the scene, though, for today, the Civil Justice Council has a statutory function to consider access to justice. And I want to consider the work of the Council from that angle for a moment. The CJC has 4 major projects in progress at the moment. First, there's an important and detailed consideration of pre-action protocols and pre-action portals. And secondly, there's a holistic report on costs, taking in fixed recoverable costs, the issues raised by the recent Court of Appeal decision in Bellamy and Cam Legal that 1 or 2 of you may have seen, reconsideration, a decade on, of costs budgeting and guideline hourly rates. And the way in which those 4 subjects are interrelated is important and interesting. Thirdly, there's the Futures Group, led by Richard Susskind, who I see over there, that is looking at new technologies that are coming down the track and may have an impact on the way in which we deliver civil justice in the future. And finally, there's a group looking at the procedures for determining mental capacity in civil proceedings. In the past year, the CJC has also issued 2 reports on small claims, which initiated a pilot aimed at determining small claims on paper. Now, all that is to be considered against the background of HMCTS's work in developing a genuinely digital justice system for civil, family, and tribunal claims. Indeed, our first panel discussion today will consider how the digital justice system can improve access to justice for vulnerable court users, how the sector can support the digitally excluded, and how data can inform improvements to the system. So I want to start this morning by saying something about the digital justice system, which is really beginning to take shape. Like all technological projects, it takes time for the benefits to be revealed. I've no doubt, however, that those bringing civil claims will soon come to understand the value of the investment in digital justice. As the systems that have been created are integrated, many, if not most, of the processes by which small claims of almost all kinds are brought and resolved will be undertaken online rather than on paper. And this is going to hugely reduce delays and improve outcomes. Indeed, that's already proving to be the case. We have, for example, seen within online civil money claims, OCMC, and damages claims online, that cases brought online are generally speeding through the system far, far more quickly. The improvement in timing is remarkable. For example, the time from issue to referral for mediation through OCMC has reduced from 27.6 weeks to 3.8 weeks. And within damages online, the average time taken from the claim being notified to the defendant to the filing of a defense has reduced from 12.2 weeks to 4.8 weeks. And the period from receipt of a damages claim to issue is down from 11 to 1 day, 11 days down to 1 day. We're also noticing many cases being finally resolved in far smaller timescales. And the one thing that is often not properly understood is the psychological and economic damage that dispute causes to individuals and small businesses alike. And most of us will know how much you can obsess over any small dispute or issue, personal issue, affecting your individual lives. And we probably realize that such issues can and often do affect our ability to work productively and they can give rise, and often do give rise, to ill health and anxiety. There is therefore a great prize available in terms of reducing both economic drag and personal misery if digital justice can significantly speed the resolution of the bulk of small disputes affecting ordinary people up and down the country. In short, the quicker disputes are resolved, the less lasting damage is caused to the participants. It's not a mistake that the statutory function requiring the CJC to consider how to make the system more accessible also requires consideration of fairness and efficiency. Many of you will have heard me speak countless times, perhaps, about the digital funnel with an entry point online or by app that will direct claimants to the appropriate pre-action portal or ombuds process to resolve the dispute. If those online pre-action portals fail to resolve the dispute, the data created by the portal will be transmitted into the digital justice system by an application programming interface. From the point of view of litigants in person and vulnerable parties, the key to the success of this approach will lie at the point of entry. And I've been doing a lot of thinking about how that will work. And I've actually been to several countries, including the USA and Australia, this year to see what other countries are achieving. The good thing here is that Section 24 of the Judicial Review and Courts Act 2022, a section with which you will all be intimately familiar, and if you do go and look it up, you may find it quite hard to understand. It's quite impenetrable. But that section will give the Online Procedure Rules Committee some direct oversight of the pre-action space for the very first time. And this government will ensure that the system can, this governance, not this government. I knew there was something wrong with that. I was taking Christopher's lines. This governance will ensure that the system can direct litigants in person and everyone else to the right place to advance their claim. Now, the approach adopted in the USA is different from ours. There, the accepted view is that claims can't, in reality, be made or defended without a lawyer. And as a result, they're not creating an online justice system, but are instead seeking to provide a certain amount of free online legal advice to those who can't afford to hire a lawyer themselves. And in Australia, certainly in New South Wales, a model similar to the one that we have embraced here has not been adopted. But they are using more remote hearings than we are here, and they're fixing very short timescales for cases, small cases, to be brought to a final hearing. In my view, the first tier of the funnel must combine many of the approaches I've mentioned if it is to be effective. It must offer help and advice, not only to the digitally disadvantaged, but also to the many individuals who have difficulty identifying the real problem or problems that need to be resolved. And I know that Lord Bellamy will be saying something in a minute about civil legal aid and the approach that this government, and I meant it this time, intends to adopt to improve its availability. When I spoke recently at a European symposium on ADR in Oxford, some of the participants queried whether the new digital system we are creating would deprive people of access to an independent judicial resolution in every case where one was needed. I assured them, as I want to assure you, that it will certainly not. The objective is to deal more quickly and more effectively and at proportionate cost with the vast run of disputes that affect individuals, spouses, and small businesses. It is not intended to prevent those whose disputes cannot be resolved within an online portal or by mediated intervention from reaching a hearing, whether remote or face-to-face, before an independent judge. It would hardly lie in my mouth as head of civil justice to suggest anything else. But this forum, if I can come back to today, is all about you. It's all about the participants. We want to give you the opportunity to hear more about the work of the CJC. Even more than that, we want to hear your ideas on how the CJC can improve its contributions to improving civil justice and the civil justice system, and improving access to justice for all individuals and every single one of those who have need for it. But perhaps most important of all, there will be an opportunity for you to meet other people and other organizations with an interest in civil justice. We are all stronger when we're working together, and we know more about others who are working in the same space. So I'm not going to take you through the program for today in detail, but I want to move speedily on, 1 minute ahead of time, to introduce Lord Christopher Bellamy, King's Counsel, who was appointed Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State in the Ministry of Justice on the 7th of June 2022. And let me say that we have been most fortunate that he's kept hold of his responsibility for civil justice, particularly when, just before he was appointed, he chaired the independent review on criminal legal aid, not a word we want to mention too often in this civil justice space. I'm sure that Christopher will not mind my saying that he's had a lifetime's experience in the law. He was a judge of the General Court of the European Union, president of the Competition Appeals Tribunal, and then chaired Linklater's global competition practice before rejoining Monkton Chambers in 2020, where he focused on what we now call dispute resolution, thankfully dropping the alternative, which it very definitely is not. Christopher, you're very welcome to the CJC's National Forum. We look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey, for that kind introduction, and it's a great pleasure to be here today among so many people committed, as we all are, to improving access to justice and improving the civil justice system. It was with some trepidation that I listened to the autumn statement yesterday, in case this speech needed a total rewrite and turned out to be much shorter than it would otherwise be. But as far as I can see, and I stand to be corrected by MOJ officials in this room, we have emerged relatively unscathed for the time being. So I have not, in fact, had to make many changes to what I'm about to say. In the short time available, I thought I'd just give you a high-level snapshot of 5 main points that are on my radar and on the MOJ radar at the moment in relation to civil justice. It's first of all civil legal aid and legal support, dispute resolution, including mediation, HMCTS and court reform, fixed recoverable costs, and what the future holds. And in those various respects, what we are all aiming for is a joined-up, seamless system of modern civil justice. As I'm sure you all appreciate, the main task of the judiciary, of the government, and of all stakeholders is to find a way of joining the dots, if I may use that expression. It's a somewhat inadequate expression in this context. But what I mean is it's very important that we develop a holistic overview of the whole process, not just the court end of the process, but the availability of early intervention, the availability of dispute resolution, if you need a court procedure, efficient and accessible procedures, and finally a court process that works at reasonable cost for as many people as possible. And those are that is quite a challenging agenda, and I think, as the Master of the Rolls has indicated, we are on that journey, but we're still in a transition from old ways of doing things to new ways of doing things, and therefore very much in the market for your thoughts, your contribution, and your suggestions. And I would just echo, if I may, what the Master of the Rolls has just said about the importance of a functioning civil justice system to the economic well-being of the country, to the health of the country, to the social well-being of the country, all these intangible benefits that are rather difficult to convey to Her Majesty's Treasury because they can't be measured. And of course, in Treasury terms, they can't be measured, they don't really exist. But they do exist, they're very important, and I would encourage you to continue to make those points to the powers that be whenever you get the opportunity. So I have to go a little bit quickly because I've only got rightly a limited amount of time. So on civil legal aid and legal support, clearly your topic today is the most vulnerable in society, and we must have a legal aid system that benefits those who need it most. And indeed there are challenges here. It's, I think, time for quite deep reflection on how the civil legal aid system works. In the interim, we've made several changes to help stabilize the existing civil legal aid market, particularly focusing on the housing possession court duty scheme. And we're giving, I think, an extra 10 million a year of extra funding into housing legal aid so that anyone facing eviction or repossession can receive free early legal advice on housing, debt and welfare benefits before appearing in court, as well as representation and advice on the day of the hearing. We're also, as I think many of you know, in the course of uprating the means test for civil legal aid that's not been uprated for many years, and that should significantly increase access to legal aid. The estimate is about bringing in some additional 2 million more adults to qualify for help. So more on that shortly. We are, however, going to try to tackle some of the really fundamental problems by launching a full-scale civil legal aid review. There'll be a formal announcement on that, I hope, before the end of the year. I think it's already publicly known that we're going down that path, and we want to work out, with your help and input, how we bring civil legal aid up to the standards fit for the 21st century. The 21st century is already nearly a quarter old, so we better get on with it. We have in particular, and I think this is of some importance, an early legal advice pilot. In fact, we have 2 pilots in Manchester and Middlesbrough, testing how far early social welfare advice can resolve problems more quickly and, crucially, reduce more complex and expensive social issues further down the line. And from my personal point of view, I would need little convincing that the earlier we can intervene effectively, the better, the quicker, the less expensive, and the more healthy an outcome can be achieved. And the model that is based on the idea that everything works up to a disputed trial, which is essentially the traditional model of the justice system in this country, does need a certain amount of rethinking to encourage earlier intervention. We are also, of course, active in providing legal support grants for funding a number of advice organizations across the country. We've recently expanded the number of organizations that benefit from this funding. there's about £3 million, I think, annually in legal support grants, and then further £1 million more into the Community Justice Fund for people who are struggling, particularly with the cost of living crisis at the moment. And I hope I'm going to be in a position, I think I'm going to be in a position to announce how that funding is going to roll forward in the future. There's a certain tension, of course, between the legal aid system as such and funding of people who are not being legally represented, and we have to sort that out. There's also a tension between giving people early advice and giving people actual help, as it were, on the day, just before they enter the courtroom, as it were. But this is an area that I think we need to work through, and we need to get it right. Related to that, last year with the Department of Levelling Up, Housing and Communities, we launched an online signposting pilot to help people living in private rented accommodation resolve housing disrepair issues. And that, I think, is a very important pathfinder, because in my view at least, very full and well-designed signposting available online is going to be a key to sorting out quite a number of the problems that we face. People just need information. Gov.uk, for example, and I don't say this in any critical sense because it's quite traditional, can be a bit clunky. So why aren't we moving forward, I ask the question rhetorically, in having videos as to how you bring a legal case? Why can't you download an app as to how you do it? And so forth and so on. There's a lot of work to be done in this area because unlike my generation, which thinks, well, if they think at all, they think in words, the modern generation thinks in photos and thinks visually. And therefore we need to adapt our communications to that modern way of doing things. And that's a very important piece of work, and I'd encourage you here in this council to be thinking about how we bring to life for the average person who doesn't have legal advice but is not totally incapable of working out what to do, how to bring it alive and to make it real and understandable. So then there's dispute resolution, which, as I think the Master of the Rolls has rightly said, we are doing our best to promote across the system, and I'm very grateful to the Civil Justice Council's seminal report on that, and we have recently consulted on the introduction of compulsory mediation for lower value civil claims, which would see all claims valued under £10,000 automatically referred to a free 1-hour telephone mediation session conducted by HMTCS advisors, and that would really mean a great number of people being supported in their dispute through mediation. Probably there are not many cases where it's really worth litigating under £10,000. That may be a rather sad thing to say, but in practice this should be a very positive development. In mediation generally, I was talking to your counterparts in mediation earlier in the week. This is again something that is very important to work and develop, and I essentially made 3 points on that occasion earlier in the week. One is the one I've just made, how important it is to encourage understanding and information about mediation. It's not everybody understands yet that mediation is about finding solutions. It's not about deciding who is right and wrong. So there's a great deal of further education to be done to make a mediation process successful. If we're going to go down that route, there must be confidence in the system, which means there must be proper training, probably some system of accreditation. There must be enough mediators everywhere in the country to do it, so we don't delay matters unnecessarily, and so forth. But there is also, I think, and this was the third point I made, which echoes a point made by Sir Jeffrey Voss just now, in terms of access to justice, the court has to be available at the end of the day for cases that for one reason or another can't be mediated or can't be settled. We cannot deprive the litigants, the citizens, of the right to come to court. We cannot, without very serious thought, privatize, subcontract, or outsource the justice system. That is an essential state function, and therefore we have to build it in a way that keeps the central presence in the background of the court process fully effective, particularly in cases where the parties are unrepresented, or that one is represented and the other is not, or there is unequal bargaining power between the parties. So that said, there's certainly a future for developing that. But while that is being thought about and developed, as the Master of the Rolls has said, there's an enormous amount of effort going into the development of online processes to resolve disputes. And I'd make particular mention, because we've just completed 1 year's experience of the Whiplash Reform Programme, which is the online service dealing with small personal injury claims in motor cases, particularly whiplash and other personal injuries less than £5,000. We've had 350,000 claims through the online service. 55,000 claims have been settled without the need to go to court. Injury compensation payments now amount to some nearly 80 million, and both represented and unrepresented claimants are using that system. And I think, if I may, with your agreement, express my gratitude to the profession that has adapted to this new process, but also to HMTCS with the help of the judiciary who designed it. HMCTS gets a lot of brickbats and criticism because sometimes the IT drives everybody mad as the teething troubles are sorted out. But that is a development that seems to me to be, at least, on the road to being a very successful new service, and makes justice more accessible, creates more opportunities for dispute resolution. So in terms of where we go next, I'm coming on to HMTCS and court reform, quite a lot is being done in the traditional system, as it were. We're making performance improvements across the board, I hope. In possession claims, 90% of courts are now offering a hearing within 8 weeks, compared to only 60% earlier in this year. We're investing quite a significant amount of funding in improving waiting times in courts and civil tribunals. That, I think, has remained intact following yesterday's fiscal statement. We're increasing judicial recruitment. We've increased the number of sitting days for free paid judges from 30 days to 80, the maximum number. And we have a virtual regional pilot so that district judges from outside London or wherever they happen to be can be, as it were, moved in to help particular bottlenecks in particular places. Master of the Rolls already mentioned the online civil money claims service, which is completing cases 3 times more quickly than before. The time of resolution is coming down very fast. The time of issuing process, the time of receipt of the defense, etc. This is all making a real difference to the whole process, and the era of shuffling paper around is fast disappearing. And there's a lot more work to do on that, and we must press forward. So on fixed recoverable costs, the issue of costs is central. We've been working together with the Civil Procedure Rule Committee to extend fixed recoverable costs to a much wider range of civil cases. FRCs benefit in particular those with more modest means, including unrepresented people, small businesses, and they allow people to litigate who might not otherwise be able to. But extending FRC is quite complex. I'm very grateful to the CPRC and the cost subcommittee thereof for its work here. It's not easy. There are particular implications in housing cases that we are aware of, and I'm very grateful to everyone's constructive input on that. It's very important to get it right, and in that context, although the extension of FRC was planned for April of this year, it has been decided that that will now be postponed until October, so as to give the providers and the general public and the systems time to make sure we absolutely get it right. Of course, there's a sub-paragraph on fixed recoverable costs and the way the system's working. We're looking forward to understanding and considering the implications of the Bellamy judgment as well. So I'm sorry this has been a bit of a rapid tour d'horizon, but looking to the future, although courtroom justice is absolutely fundamental to our legal system, what the modern customer wants is access online to the information, to the process, and to advice and ways to do it. So we're working to, as I said at the outset, to join the dots and make a seamless transition towards a digital justice system. We're already in a position where 90% of civil court services are in the process of becoming available online. And as the Master of the Rolls indicated, the Online Procedure Rules Committee will now be, is almost set up, and will be able to set the framework, the standards, and the other points necessary for further progress, further important progress in this direction. I'm very proud of everything that's been achieved, which couldn't have been achieved without the cooperation of the professions, without the input of the judiciary. The Ministry of Justice is there simply to provide the framework. But the system itself has to be operated by the judiciary and by the providers, and of course in a way that allows the general public to participate. But despite general gloom and doom that you read about sometimes in the outside world, from an MOJ perspective in this area, I would say that the outlook is relatively bright. Thank you very much.
Well, Lord Bellamy, thank you very much for that speech. You covered mediation, reform, fixed recoverable costs, the future, Online Procedure Rules Committee, focus on civil legal aid, early intervention. I couldn't help picking up on your observation about the clunkiness of the Gov website. And if I can just put in a personal plea from the perspective of the Rule Committee as just one example, the Gov website works very well for some things, but as a provision of information to users, which is what you were talking about, I couldn't agree more. And that's one of the reasons that you won't find the civil procedure rules on the Gov website, because it doesn't fit. And so any help you want on that, I'd be delighted to help you. But I think the most important thing, if I may say, that you emphasized near the beginning, which I want to draw attention to, is just the importance of the civil justice system itself for our society, which I think we all think that, but it's very gratifying to hear government thinking along those lines. So thank you so much. The first panel I need to introduce, it's about how the digital system is going to help vulnerable court users. And the chair of the first panel is Elizabeth Davis, who is a member of the Civil Justice Council with particular interest in advancing the interests of consumers in the context of the CJC. And of course, she's also chair of the Office of Legal Complaints. So without further ado, we will leave Elizabeth, and you're welcome, and your panels to come up and take the first panel. Thank you.
Well, good morning all, and thank you very much for joining us today. As the panel settle, let me just reflect on how right that we're talking about something of such fundamental importance in terms of our first panel discussion today. I'm therefore not going to waste your precious time by introducing the panel, because I want to ensure that you hear directly from them. We've already heard much in terms of the digital justice system, haven't we? Both in terms of current and future thinking, both in terms of pre and post-pandemic. We've heard from the Master of the Rolls. I don't doubt that it will be a constant and a key theme during the course of the day. And you've heard that there are three particular questions that we want to reflect on this morning. So that's about improving access to justice for vulnerable court users. It's about what the sector can do to support the digitally excluded. And of course, it's about data and that issue of successful outcomes. Now, let me just talk a little bit about the approach that we'll be adopting all. I recognise that as the first panel discussion of the day, we are in many ways IT guinea pigs, aren't we? So we're going to give this a go. But you'll be hearing from panellists shortly, and what I've briefed your panellists on your behalf is I've said we don't want 5-minute speeches that then leave very little time for discussion. We want you to be responding to each other, and we want to come to see the debate, and then we want to bring you in. So I will be doing that. I will be coming to the floor and asking you to raise your points and put your questions to the panel. Now, can I just see who's got a roving mic, just so colleagues can see who that will be? So can you wave? So we've got Lee and Mary from Civil Justice Council. So they'll be coming to you with the mics. Then, and this is the experimental bit, we will be coming to Lee from the CJC Secretariat to find out the views of colleagues online. So Lee, can you just wave your hand so that people know? We'll be coming to you as well. So we'll just be looking for a summary of the key themes, and again, putting those back to the panel. And we'll be doing all of that in just under 40 minutes. Easy. What could possibly go wrong? Sure, we'll be fine, won't we, together? So with that in mind, I wanted to start by going to Mimi first. And can I ask the panellists to perhaps introduce yourself when you speak for the first time? Mimi, the first area we want to explore is this issue of how the digital justice system can improve access to justice for the vulnerable. But we've also heard quite a lot about early interventions, haven't we, already? So is there any chance that access to justice can be improved by dispute prevention, dispute avoidance?
Yeah, thank you very much, Elizabeth. And good morning, everyone. I'm Mimi Zhou. I'm a member of the Futures Group of the Civil Justice Council, chaired by Professor Richard Susskind. I'm also Professor of Commercial Law at the University of Exeter. In a previous role, I'm still affiliated with Oxford. I set up the Deep Tech Dispute Resolution Lab, where I led a group of 12 researchers from different disciplines to explore, to work on projects on the intersection of dispute resolution and deep technologies. This is my son Lucas, and on his badge is a future user of the civil justice system. So thank you very much for having him here today. I feel like we talk a lot about the future, and it actually was just because of babysitting crisis that I have to have him here, but I thought it's very nice that he occasionally pops up in the meetings of our Future Justice Group led by Richard. So I thought it'd be nice for him to actually come here and sort of offer us a glimpse into the future of when in 17 years' time he will be using our courts, and hopefully not earlier, hopefully not the youth court system. I want to begin with actually looking at a bigger picture of what access to justice is. It's not just about being able to access the courts. And I think not knowing what your rights are is fundamental barrier to accessing justice. So, Rich and I have talked about, and I love the point he makes in his book, Online Courts, which I'm sure everyone here has read, about the idea of legal health promotion and dispute prevention, and even looking beyond the court system, how technology can play a facilitative role in alerting people to their rights. Now, that may mean that our court systems may get more claims, but I think, as Richard puts in his book, actually encouraging litigiousness, there are ways of actually improving the court system so more people can actually access justice because they know what their rights are. Because not knowing your rights is fundamentally worse than not being able to bring a claim to court. And so I think the idea of early intervention mentioned in the first panel is very important from actually the root of being denied your rights and not knowing about it. And of course there are ways that the internet has obviously in many ways democratized knowledge about the law, but having volunteered for the Citizens Advice Bureau for many years, I feel like there is still a group of vulnerable users, and not even court users, they might not even get access to courts, who don't understand information presented on the internet about employment, tenancy, a range of different areas of civil justice, and they really, the users that are not using the courts at the moment, that we need to really think about, because ultimately access to justice is also broadening the type of users who can actually bring a claim to the courts. It's not just about the obstacles when they do reach the court level, getting their claims to be heard. And so technology in many ways can facilitate this. Richard's mentioned legal alerts, using even new forms of technology. There was a project I worked on in Oxford, which later span out of the lab, which is about using AI machine learning to detect from different types of communications, including customer feedback, complaints, early signs of escalation into a potential legal claim disputes, helping businesses detect those early warning signs from their customers, so that it doesn't even have to go to the point of customers bringing a claim. So I think I'll start off with this point, and others may have other views.
Okay. Mimi, thank you for that. I'd like to bring Natalie in here, because we've heard a little bit there from Mimi about the protection of rights in the first instance. But what about protecting vulnerable consumers? What do you need to build into the system to do that?
Thank you. It's a great question. And I mean, it's lovely to have Lucas here, but I think we all really need to be very clear on what we mean by vulnerable users, and really clear on what's at stake when we're talking about digital reform. Many of you will have read in horror this morning about the case of Awab Ishaq, a beautiful 2-year-old boy whose death has been directly attributed to the failure of the housing association who housed his family, vulnerable asylum seekers, to address the mould in his house. And I think what came across really strongly in the first panel is civil justice gets less attention than criminal justice, but it's every bit as vital as a safety net for all of us, but especially for vulnerable people like Ishaq and like his family, which is why we desperately need to make sure when we're reforming processes, thinking about digital justice, we are laser focused on meeting the needs of the people who rely on the justice system and using digital justice to drive towards a fairer, more equitable justice system for all. I guess what I'd say is, at a basic level, digital justice offers the opportunity to fundamentally rethink how and why we do things. And there's a lot that's spoken about in the academic literature about things that need to change. When we're talking about vulnerability, we know that that comprises both sort of situational and inherent characteristics. And we know that lots of the reasons people are vulnerable in the context of civil justice is a consequence of the complexity of the systems and processes and the stress that that puts on people when they're trying to access their rights. At its best, digital justice offers the opportunity to really rethink those processes and reduce vulnerability for people. But I guess it's really important to say that digital is not a panacea for access to justice. We've spent time looking at research in the States, and pilots of online dispute resolution have shown that the incentive structures around your dispute resolution process really, really matter. So pilots that were aimed to really reduce the backlog in eviction proceedings resulted in people accepting repayment schedules due to the perceived informality of the process that they really couldn't meet, which created more debt and worse outcomes for everyone. Conversely, a pilot in medical debt, where the insurer was incentivized to try and resolve people's claims sooner, actually led to better outcomes. So it's not just about getting the process right, it's also about those incentive structures, which is something to be taken up. I guess thinking about what we need to build into systems in order to really make sure that we're meeting the needs of vulnerable people, I guess I would say that we really need to use the opportunity that digital reform presents to improve the transparency and the accountability of our systems, to understand the issues that people face when they come to the justice system, and to address disproportionality. And I want to pay credit to HMCTS for this. They introduced the collection of protected characteristics data on their probate service, which enabled them to identify for the first time that people from Black and ethnic minority backgrounds and their claims were taking longer. Having identified this, they were then able to fix that. But it's not just about collecting data on timeliness, although of course that's important. We need to use the opportunity that's presented by digital justice to really collect better data on outcomes so that we can make sure the system of the future meets the needs of people like Lucas, and we do better in the future. So that's what I'd like to say.
Thank you, Natalie. We'll be coming back to that issue of data as well in a little bit. Daniel, I can kind of see you're reacting there in terms of facially. To tell us what you made of kind of what you've heard to date. Obviously, we've heard about digital not being a panacea. We've heard about that need for a laser focus on meeting needs. What's the MOJ's take on that?
Hello, everybody. I'm Daniel Fleury, the Access to Justice Director at MOJ. Following on from what Natalie said, on one hand, how does digital justice improve access to justice for vulnerable users? At its simplest, it's another channel. It's another way in which to access information. But I think we've moved on from that initial stage, that obvious declaration that it is another channel. And we're into the sort of space of looking at, how do we sort of regulate what is, as with so many things in the internet, a sort of proliferation of advice sites, a proliferation of sites that will direct you or point you in different directions. And I think what we're thinking in the government, across the government at this stage, is how we go about, I guess, sort of looking at the trust and authenticity of some of these sites and providing a sort of clear and definitive and authentic and a process that people can see and trust in order to take them through the justice system. That's the sort of focus we're looking at. And it's quite an interesting policy question in government, one we're wrestling with, and I was interested to hear the sort of comments about gov.uk being clunky this morning. As I said, there are a myriad of websites out there, Advice Now, Support Through Court and so on, some of which we fund through our grants, provide exceptional advice, really clear, consistent, full of videos, really accessible, really sort of geared towards users, whether vulnerable or not. And one of the things we're asking ourselves is can the government match that? Could gov.uk do better than that? Yeah. If not, what is so wrong about just essentially letting them proceed as they are, really? But what we want to do is to sort of answer that question and provide that sort of route through the pre-proceeding stage that people, including vulnerable users, trust, really. you know, all of this, and this is where the new rules committee fits in, will eventually, well, effectively regulate some of this space. And, you know, what we want to do is to have that, as I say, that definitive route through, which, for example, you know, doesn't needlessly and unnecessarily divert the sort of litigant off to a solicitor where a solicitor is not required and so on, but, you know, provides them with a route that they are confident in using. It's clear, it's accessible, and ultimately enhances access to justice.
Thank you for that, Daniel. I'm really pleased you talked about trust and authenticity, but you also recognise that that has to be trust and authenticity from the perspective of the user. You've alluded there to that myriad of websites, which speaks to the role of other sectors. Matthew, can we come to you now, your experience from We Are Digital? What's your take on this? I mean, what more should the sector be doing to kind of help address these problems?
Sure. Good to be here. Hi, everyone. My name is Matthew Adam. I'm the Chief Executive of We Are Digital. In terms of how we sort of fit into this, so our organisation runs HMCTS's digital support contract, and this helps digitally excluded individuals to complete justice forms online, so divorce, probate, benefit appeals, help with fees. It only launched this summer, so it's a 3-year programme, so it's early days, but very squarely in this agenda of helping digitally excluded people. I'd say in terms of what we've learned so far, and to answer that question about how we can support people who are digitally excluded, there's probably 3 or 4 areas that we've seen so far from our work with HMCTS. We also do this for the Home Office and some other government departments. I think the first is probably understanding why people are offline and what they want to achieve. We think We Are Digital, sometimes there's a fairly outdated view of a digitally excluded person, that it's a sort of 98-year-old person that's never switched on a computer. Now, of course, that still happens. We support many people like that, but I think the more modern view is slightly more nuanced than that. And actually, we spend a lot of time looking at the reason why people may be offline or maybe struggle with an online transaction. It doesn't just appear out of thin air one day where they decide that they can't complete a form. It's entwined with lots of other things. I think the second sort of learning so far, which we've taken feedback from the sector on, is that legal advice is often entwined with the completion of digital transactions and the digital skill of that person. So I think there's a big role for how we all work together with the legal advice sector. So our program doesn't fund legal advice, but again, it's very rare that we would have a user where their only issue is that they're digitally excluded. There's always other things going on. They also often have an advice need. So a lot of our supply chain and our network, you know, some of whom are here today, are you know, citizens advice, independent advice charities, law centres, etc. So I think working together, hand in glove from the advice sector and organisations like ourselves is very important. We think also that, just picking up on Daniel's point as well, that the sector probably needs to come together in a sort of more joined up way. So I think, you know, we have probably about 300 organisations we work with, big and small, and there's hundreds and thousands of fantastic projects going on at any one time in the sector, but often they're working in silos with their own systems, their own funding, their own reporting, and you know, that's okay, but we think if we can somehow connect them all together, which is, you know, one of the things we're trying to do through our platform, it makes the user journey and the pathways much more successful. We were speaking to a centre the other day about a different programme, and she sort of laughed, saying that often signposting leads to just more signposting. And I think this sort of issue of people being pushed from pillar to post is a big problem in the welfare sector as a whole, and we're looking at how we can bring that together. I'd say probably lastly, one of our big learnings has been helping people at the point of need. So, you know, many users lead difficult lives, multiple issues going on, and I think offering a multi-channel support service, as we do in this programme and other organisations do via phone, video, in-person support, different times of day is very important in terms of helping people in different ways that they prefer.
Thank you for that. Can I just give you a warning then also? I'm going to come out to you sitting here in the room presently, so if I could just kind of flag that for CJC colleagues with the roving mics. Lots of nodding heads to your points there, Matthew, particularly around that signposting leading to more signposting. Natalie and Mimi, I'd like to bring you both back in here. So Natalie first, then Mimi.
Well, I mean, I guess the signposting leading to more signposting is actually a function of lack of resource in the sector. I think it's really important to call that out and name it. It's not just because we've got these inefficient referral pathways, it's because, you know, due to successive cuts, there's demand for advice and support far outstrips supply, and that's a problem. And there is a danger that you do send people round in these referral loops that then lead to more fatigue. I think yeah, so was it specifically on the signposting point? Or?
That's helpful on the signposting point. What about Master of the Rolls this morning was talking about a single point of entry. So that kind of idea of you keep all the fuss and the complexity kind of behind the system, but you kind of have a single point of entry for individuals. Is that a solution going forward?
Well, I think it can't hurt to simplify routes into the justice system. But I think, again, it's about so that the point of digital and agile methodologies and things that were adopted by HMCTS when the reform programme was being developed was all about this idea of designing around users' need and designing for what users require from the justice system. And I do slightly worry that if we're not using the opportunity of digital to really go to people and ask what do they want from the justice system, what would it take, rather than digitising what we have and creating a funnel point, we really need to be thinking about how we might use the kind of methodologies that are used consistently in digital and actually ask people what they want and need from the justice system. And I think that there's a real danger if we don't pay more attention to what people are actually asking for and looking for from the justice system, we're going to really undermine sort of trust and confidence. And I think there's a lot of assumption that goes on to thinking about what people want. We did some national polling with Ipsos UK looking at, it was about attitudes to using sort of data from court processes to develop new out-of-court dispute resolution processes for people. And what that polling found was that the question we asked was, how comfortable are you with data from the courts being used to design lower cost non-court dispute resolution processes? And over 2/3 of people on higher incomes were really comfortable with data being used in that way. Less than half of people on lower incomes agreed. So I do think we really need to use the opportunity provided by digitalisation to actually fix some of the problems of the existing system, which are to do with the fact that it's designed around the needs of professionals and not around the people who desperately need the system to be there for them to access and secure their rights. So I think that's a really important point.
Thank you for that, Natalie. Mimi, lots of nodding from you there.
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, he's a little bit tired. He's not bored of the conversation, I hope, son. I absolutely agree with Natalie, and I think Daniel's point as well about just needing to, and Master of the Role, so Jeffrey, I think the single entry point is something we really should be, not just aspire to, but if we can get gov.uk as that single entry point that users can just go there, have all the information they need, and that will require us to really think carefully about design. So I think all of us very need to really think about how do we involve stakeholders in this design of this single entry point and ensure that particularly the vulnerable users are able to it's a great experience for them. It's not clunky. It's well resourced. Absolutely agree on the resource point. Can we see this happening in the next few years? Have just this one entry point into whatever claims in civil justice that you're seeking, preferably on a government website. I still struggle to see why we can't make this happen.
Thank you for that. I want to bring Daniel back in there, because Daniel, Mimi is saying there, gov.uk is the single entry point. Is that where consumers and users would want to go? Is that kind of where they trust? You're going back to your point about confidence in the system.
Well, I sort of think it depends on the litigation, the appeal, the claim, and so on. For example, someone bringing an appeal to the tribunal might be a bit surprised if, you know, the respondent is a government department, yet they're going through gov.uk. You know, it needs to cater to sort of different claimants, different appellants, and so on. But I think we're all agreed on the sort of importance of some single trusted entry point that brings you into the system. This said, the point I actually wanted to make is that, you know, yes, it's critical that we do have this digital justice system, single entry point, a high quality and respected and trusted online journey. But I want to say that the digital system is not the be-all, end-all as well. And one of the things that we are part funding through a grant in conjunction with the Citizens Advice Bureau is, well, I think it's quite widely known really, is Justice Healthcare, where there is an advisor sitting alongside a medical professional. You know, we know that many people's legal problems manifest themselves when they are sitting face to face with their GP. You know, example of the tragic case Natalie mentioned at the outset. And you know, one of the things that we want to do in helping vulnerable people is providing the opportunity to get initial advice and maybe even legal advice whilst they're at a healthcare setting. And as I said, we part fund a trial in the Wirral in conjunction with the University of Liverpool John Moores, and you know, we'll be looking at seeing the results of that with some interest. And I just want to say on that, you know, the reason why we're looking with interest, and let's not beat around the bush here, these things require funding, and they require legal aid funding in some cases, or they may require legal aid funding. And as Lord Bellamy mentioned in his speech, you know, this is one of the reasons why we're undertaking this review of civil legal aid, whilst we have this multitude of pilots in place, both on digital justice system and on healthcare settings, in order for us to make that case for more funding for civil legal aid.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's move out to the floor now. Could you put your hand up if you have a point that you'd like to make, an issue that you'd like to share with the panel? And then do please introduce yourself. Amanda, not surprisingly, in response to that last point about kind of legal advisors sitting next to their GPs, let's hear from you. Do introduce yourself to colleagues.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I'm Amanda Finneck. I hope you can hear me despite my wobbly voice. I'm chair of Law for Life, which is a public legal education charity, but I was for many years in the Ministry of Justice, responsible for tackling access to justice and unmet legal need. I was delighted to hear that everybody is saying that digital is not the sole panacea. I think that's a really important point to recognise. And you might find it surprising for me to say that, because Law for Life runs the online website Advice Now, which provides a whole host of resources that enable people without the help of a lawyer to take their civil and family and administrative justice cases through from start to finish, helping them to recognise what the problem is and sorting it all the way to final appeal. But actually we know that the people who most need that help are the least likely to be looking online. We've discovered over the last few years during the pandemic that we can reach those people through the grassroots community workers who see them and support them every day. And that skilling up those community workers to recognise people's rights and giving them the knowledge, skills and confidence to tackle those issues is making a huge difference. It's the community workers who then use our online resources. They do so day after day because they see these problems day after day. They become experts, so that we had originally thought we would be training them to signpost people. Actually, we found that using our training, they are resolving those problems. They're negotiating with landlords, they're negotiating with local authorities, they're solving things. So I think just as in health, we need to recognise the huge importance of what's on the ground at grass level. So we need to recognise that in civil justice and skill up. And we need to design, the Online Procedure Rule Committee needs to design things in person-centred language, problem-centred language, not legal-centred language, so that whether it's people like us who are using the systems and the advice, or the grassroots community workers, it makes sense to them because it's in the language that they speak and they understand.
Thank you for that, Amanda. Let's continue hearing from the floor. Is it James kind of behind there? So let's go. Yes, colleague behind. Sorry if I've misidentified you. Yes, please do.
Yes, I'm James Sandbatch from the London Citizens Advice Network. Really following on from what Amanda has also said, there is a question of trust here, and this does come to, we've been looking at gov.uk as being the sort of interface with the public for the system. There is a challenge of trust there. But very much like as Amanda was saying, is in terms of what we do within the Citizens Advice Network, increasingly it is about going out into the community and working with faith groups, organisations, community organisations, and all of the organisations at the level of local civil society, where need is manifesting, where people are seeking support from their peer groups often, and that is and looking at where people are seeking support and working with those groups and those voluntary networks. That is actually a much more finding a much more effective model of doing sort of outreach within the community.
Thank you for that, James. So some real kind of confirmation of the issue around outreach. I'm going to hear from Natalie, and then if we could move the microphone, we've got a colleague right at the back, Mary. Thank you very much. Natalie, you wanted to come in there.
So I think the point about gov.uk is well made, but one of the challenges with advice seeking online at the moment is if you put into Google, for example, I've got this problem, what it will return is a lot of possibly not the highest quality content, certainly not the most freely available content. And there's the Stanford Legal Design Lab are working on a big project with the search engine companies to try and change the way the algorithm recommends independent sources of advice to people. And I think that's one practical thing that the government could look at. The reason why there's this emphasis on putting resources on gov.uk is because gov.uk resources are automatically ranked as trusted and ranked higher, which means when you're searching for them online, they're more likely to be returned to you. But I think there's a piece of work that could be done there that's not about sticking everything on gov.uk, but is actually about looking at really trying to understand if people are help seeking online, or indeed if trusted intermediaries who are based in community groups are seeking out, how do we make sure that those people get the highest quality, accurate content? Because it seems to me that that's really important.
Thank you for that, Natalie. Colleague right at the back of the room here. Do introduce yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Miller from the Law Society. In a lot of the cases that many people in this room deal with, the situation we have is a vulnerable party who is objectively in the right and a powerful party who is objectively in the wrong and is determined to drag their heels as much as they can. In that situation, how does a digital journey via mediation and other forms of dispute resolution deliver better justice than a swift, definitive decision from a judge?
Thank you for that, Richard. Natalie, can a digital justice system address this issue of the power disparity?
Well, I think it's such a good point, and that was what I was alluding to in the example. It's all about the incentive structures around disputes, because one of the challenges is, and unless you get those incentive structures right and the legal framework is enabling, then it's very difficult to design those routes. And I think that's a key lesson from certainly the pilots that we've seen in the US. I mean, I guess one of the things that you could argue is that a digital justice route, if it's quicker than an in-person route, might get to a determination quicker, I suppose. But I think, Richard, you've hit the nail on the head in that when we're not just thinking about the process, you need to think about the incentive structures, who's likely to benefit from digitisation, and like the aims within which digital justice process. If you designed a digital system that was intended to help people who are in the right, like get an outcome quicker, that looks very different from what it would look like if we were just digitising forms as is. So I think it's all about keeping laser focus on what are the outcomes that you're trying to drive, rather than thinking about a process being a panacea.
Thank you. We'll come to Diane next, but Lee, what are online colleagues making of what they've heard this morning? Any particular themes coming through?
It's quite quiet online at the moment, but we've got somebody saying many vulnerable users have negative views of digital processes because of their experiences using and applying for a universal credit.
Yeah.
They're likely not to trust, I presume, digital AI processes to resolve legal disputes online.
Okay, thank you for that. Daniel, is there any reflection you want to share on that, kind of based on cross-departmental, kind of cross-government kind of working and how you might learn from each other?
I think we're somewhat different from universal credit. You know, the Department of Work and Pensions made a declaration at the earliest, of the outset really, that it was to be an online process. I don't think we ever suggested that we will do that in a legal or court setting. You know, there will be in-person, telephone, online, in-court advice available where possible, really. I don't think, I can understand the trust in gov.uk may have taken a knock through the universal credit process, but, that's just one thing that we will take in mind and, designing a system, if it's on gov.uk or not on gov.uk.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's hear from Diane next.
Diane Aston, I'm a member of the Civil Justice Council and a housing lawyer. I wanted to pick up on something that both Mimi and Natalie said. Mimi, you mentioned the issue of the knowledge of rights being a problem, and Natalie, you mentioned the death of the child through mould and dampness. What I found really surprising and shocking in what I heard after, in the public responses to that, was no mention of legal rights.
Yeah.
So, I heard the Housing Ombudsman, he said it was a problem of culture, behaviour and values. I listened live to Michael Gove's speech, as sad I am, talked about the new regulatory framework naming and shaming landlords. And we have new legislation, the Homes Fitness for Human Habitation Act 2019, enforceable rights. Tenants can take their landlords to court to make them put the property in a fit state. And it just seems to me that now we've got a public discourse which is just not bothering to mention legal rights. And I just wonder if you have any view as to why that is. Is it because it is so difficult to enforce legal rights now? And I think it mainly because of cuts to legal aid, that we now move the dialogue, move the narrative. So we're not talking about legal rights at all, but culture, behaviours and values. I'd just be interested in your views on that.
Mimi, I'll come to you presently, but we've also got a colleague who wanted to come in from the floor. So can we just take colleague, yes, there, with your hand up. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. I just want
Do you mind introducing yourself, just so we have a sense of where you fit
Sue
in?
James from Legal Action Group. My background is a housing lawyer, and I've spent many, many hours in county courts on possession days. And recently I went back to observe in the waiting area. And I'm just coming back on Daniel's point about kind of courts will still remain open and will be available, because they're really not at the moment. When you arrive, you're faced with quite a lot of security. And then after you've been through security, there's very little signage and all the court counters are closed. It's impossible to get through on the telephone. So, that's the kind of reality of the county court service at the moment. And I just, I think it would be useful for you to actually see that. Because that's every day, people are facing losing their home and turning up at the court and not having, very much in the way of signage, information and contact at the court. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Sue. Daniel, do you want to respond to that? And then Mimi will come to you in terms of Dan's point. Daniel.
And I say this as someone who's worked on a counter in a county court on possession day, and I know the experience of users in the county court. The HMCTS reform programme, is looking at ways in which to prove the telephony offering, as we call it. I'm not going to pretend that everything is perfect. But there is certainly effort, money and will to improve the service in HMCTS. In terms of signage, again, I'm not going to pretend that everything is perfect, but again, you know, the HMCTS reform programme, whether it's the sort of introduction of electronic signage, whether it's the creation of a new sort of front of house role in a county court to assist people around court, you know, these are things that are being considered under the reform programme. You know, they're not going to happen overnight, but again, there is will, money, and resource in which to change some of this.
Thank you for that, Daniel. Mimi, what about what Dan was saying, the public discourse on legal rights?
Yeah, absolutely. I can't agree with you more, and especially my son is close to that age. So I'm now really like, oh my God, there's mold in my house. I really need to, you know, fix any little spots. But I find it shocking that rights was not something that was very prominent in all the stories that we've been reading about this this horrible saga. I feel like that's the point exactly that I'm making as well, in terms of actually what's missing in the puzzle is greater use of technology to promote awareness of people's rights, particularly in changes in laws. You know, I think that's one thing that is something that I would like to see a lot more technology-enabled solutions. I absolutely agree on the point that there needs to be wariness of those who are digitally excluded. I'm hoping that number of digitally excluded users are growing less and less by the day, but I think it's absolutely crucial to have those community intermediaries that do go out to see the most vulnerable people in our society, and particularly, you know, people who also don't speak English as well. I think it's really important that those are the groups who, you know, if you don't have information of their legal rights and in their language, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to even access the court systems in the first place, or know their rights under English law. So I think you know, technology can still play a very big role. Even without a single point of entry, there are ways that you know, these vulnerable groups of users who don't know their rights are able to access either through community workers or other forms of digital tools. But I take Natalie's point. It's very important that there is a trusted source. And if I was like a newly arrived migrant to this country, I probably would look at gov.uk. And this is the things that I'm hearing from migrant communities that I've worked with.
Okay, thank you for that, Mimi. I'm just going to kind of give a heads up to the panel, so I'm going to come to all of you for final comments or thoughts, because Natalie, I know you wanted to come in there, but I do just want to kind of also just, this colleague over here has been waiting very patiently, so comment from you, that'll be the last comment, I'm afraid, from the room, then we'll have final comments from the panel. Thank you for waiting.
Hi, I'm Chris Letham. I am the lead circuit judge for the online civil money claims. One of the points that seems to have come out, or points that's been missed, is we are focusing on bringing people into the court system, but not how they navigate the court system. It's worth remembering, I think, that Awi Bishak, the child who died, had actually accessed the legal system and yet failed to get through that legal system. And I would be interested to know from the panel if there's any work being done on using digital resources in order to help people to navigate the system, prepare the documents, understand what the issues are. Because if we put people in the system, but without any support going through the system, we are setting them up to fail, and the judiciary see it happening all the time.
Thank you very much for that, Chris. So final comments from the panel now, either in response to what you've heard from Chris there, response to kind of earlier points, final thoughts that you wanted to make. Daniel, let's start with you.
I just wanted to respond to Chris. You know, sort of two things in play. One, we have, as part of one of our digital justice system pilots, launched a housing disrepair online tool, which is a sort of guided pathway through the sort of pre-proceedings process, and it's really heartening to see that has grown considerably in terms of the number of visits and users we've had. Your point about what happens in court is well made, and you know, let's come back to legal aid. Lord Bellamy mentioned the civil legal aid review. You know, our working hypothesis for this review is that if you invest more in civil legal aid, you will save money down the track, whether it's savings to local authorities, to the NHS, wherever. You know, it's going to take us some time to make this case with the Treasury, but that is essentially our working hypothesis, because I think it's only the provision of legal aid and proper advice and representation that will allow families like these to navigate what is sometimes an intimidating court system.
Thank you for that, Daniel. Let's hear from Mimi and then Natalie. Mimi.
Yeah, absolutely, great point. And I think we do, we've done a lot of research on international experiences in terms of good practices of using digital tools to support the user throughout the whole journey. And I think the initial phase of helping them navigate the system, and these are digital tools that can automate a lot of the processes in terms of documentation, but also provision of legal information. So, you know, imagine if we can actually prepare using tools that prepare a statement of claims for them almost automatically, and of course then that can be reviewed by friends of the courts in whatever capacity, and that's, I think that's the way forward. You know, I see in many other countries, I mean, everyone knows about British Columbia, they're very successful experiments with their civil tribunals. I think we can definitely learn from other countries where you know, the use of technology and more advanced technologies, including AI, are making some initial difference. So, yeah.
Thank you for that, Mimi. Natalie.
I think what I really wanted to say in concluding remarks is that one of the most important ways in which digital can improve access to justice for vulnerable people is through making them visible in our systems. And at the moment, they're really not. One of the CJC reports into vulnerability, led by His Honour Judge Barry Cotter, identified this data desert at the heart of civil justice. It should not take an inquest to work out where the system has gone wrong. If we design in data collection up front, make our new digital systems count people, not cases, we will be better able to understand where systems are failing, where people are dropping out, and put in place evidence-based reforms to fix those problems. And I think that's the big opportunity here. We cannot allow digital justice, digital reform to leave us with a system that is as opaque, as inscrutable, as difficult to hold accountable as the one that we have today. And that's the real way in which we make technology, make digital justice deliver for vulnerable users.
Natalie, thank you for that. Final comment from Matthew.
Yeah, very quick couple of points. I think, firstly, on the comments made about guiding people through, I mean, we couldn't agree more. I think it's important to note that for digital support services like ours and others, there's a big human services element to that. So we're not saying that people are being guided through the digital support system automatically or through AI or anything like that. There's always a human element to guide them through that digital process they may struggle with. And very lastly, I think, sort of taking all the points together today, the more the sector and all of us can do about connecting all of these elements up, I think is very important. We talked to a lot of organisations about the 111 service from the NHS, you know, huge complexity underneath, but one single front door to go to. And we talk a lot about, wouldn't it be great for a sort of 222 service for welfare, where you have that single front door and you can navigate people through that to ensure they get help.
Thank you very much. That connectivity is a key part of, obviously, today. We are now standing between you and a much needed break all. So would you please join me all in thanking your panel, which is Mimi, Daniel, Natalie, Matthew and Lucas. So just in terms of next steps, I think the key message is do enjoy your refreshments, do carry on the conversations that you've started. I'm sorry that we couldn't come to all of you. After the break, it's your first breakout session. If you have forgotten what you have signed up for, if you're not sure where the room is, I think the message is back to reception where you signed in this morning, and CJC colleagues will be more than happy to help you. But enjoy the refreshment break. Thank you all.
we'll take Lee coming in as our cue to start. That's the one thing I'm really looking to up into earlier with this stuff. Whereas I haven't really made that get to this. I put it better than that. Do you think we're ready to go, or there's still hundreds of people outside?
No, I think we're ready to go.
Okay. Good morning again, everyone, and welcome to this session on navigating to a better future for civil justice. I'm Andrew Parker. I'm a solicitor member of the CJC. With me on stage is Professor Richard Susskind, who I'm sure needs no introduction, but I'll ask him in a moment to say a bit about himself. Also joining us is Fiona Rutherford, Chief Executive of Justice, who is our rapporteur for this session, and Lee, who is monitoring our multi-channel engagement. Fiona, Richard and I are all members of the CJC's Futures Group, which Richard chairs. Now, as an enthusiast in the past of the sport of orienteering, I know as well as anyone that to navigate you need a good map. And I'm hoping that this morning we can give you a glimpse of what that map might look like. Richard and I are going to introduce the session with a short exchange of questions and views, but we want most of this session to be from you in the room and joining us online. And I've got until 12 o'clock. The good news for those of you in person is the next session is obviously in this room, so you don't have to get up and leave at 12, although others will, of course, barge in. Richard, you've spent most of your professional past thinking about the future. What techniques have you found useful in thinking ahead?
Well, thank you, and good morning everyone here and those of you who are joining us remotely. Yeah, it's a rather strange job I have in life because I help people think about the future. And I think I get it right most of the time, but I don't know in advance which bits I get right and wrong, so in some senses it's rather unhelpful. But I have picked up a few techniques that I wanted to share, and these are techniques that we're bringing to bear in the Futures Group. I was always struck by the story of Wayne Gretzky. Wayne Gretzky was a great ice hockey player, in fact, apparently the best ever. And he was once asked why he was such a great ice hockey player. And he said, it's because I skate to where the puck is going to end up rather than where it once was. And Gretzky shared with all great visionaries and great business people too a sense of anticipation that somehow and uncannily he seemed to know where the puck would end up. And this is the challenge when you're thinking about the future of the justice system. So in our Futures Group, we're thinking approximately 2030 in the early 30s. And the challenge is not to design a system that's good for 2022. It's to try and anticipate what our world is going to be like, technologically, socially, economically, and much more. And that's one of the challenges one faces. So to put it another way, what you need to be in thinking about the future is vision-based rather than legacy-based. So legacy-based thinking, I often say, is like walking backwards into the future. You're contained and constrained by where you currently are today, the systems, the processes, the organizations, the institutions you have in place. The joy of looking sufficiently far ahead is that you can, in a sense, put where you are today to one side for a while and think in vision terms. What kind of world are we likely to live in? And in the context of civil justice, what kind of civil justice system would we like to have? So you need to be vision-based rather than legacy-based and try to some extent to anticipate the conditions so you can sail the justice system into the world as it will be. Two more thoughts very quickly by way of introduction and mindset. The first is when we're thinking about technology, there are two basic ways of looking at technology. One is that technology is about automation. So you take an inefficient, often inefficient process or task or activity, you systematize it, you streamline it, you optimize it, all these kinds of words. And the first 60 years, yes, 60 years of legal technology has been devoted to automation, grafting technology onto our old ways of working, turbocharging or optimizing how our courts and lawyers currently function. But if you look at the really game-changing applications of technology around our world, almost all of them are not examples of automating something that used to be inefficient. They're examples of what I call innovation, which in my terms is using technology to allow you to do things that previously weren't possible. And that's the great opportunity, I think, in the civil justice system. Can we use the power and reach of existing and emerging technologies not to automate our old bad habits, but in fact to offer access or a quality or a reach that we simply can't achieve using conventional techniques? The final thing to say about the future, it's a quotation from a man called Alan Kay, Silicon Valley guru, who once said the best way to predict the future is to invent it. So it's not just about predicting. What it is we hope we can do in the Futures Group is create a vision that in the manner of a self-fulfilling prophecy becomes increasingly attractive, and so people in this room and around the civil justice system in the country generally say, yes, that's the kind of world we'd like to be part of. So Gretzky tells us to skate to where the puck is going to be. We should be vision-based rather than legacy-based, innovation as well as automation, and we should be involved in actually creating, not just trying to predict that future.
Thank you, Richard. If it helps to explain a bit about how the Futures Group works, my job is to ground that and say that's fine, but when we have the vision of where we intend to get to, we've got to work out how we can get there and whether it's possible to do so from where we are now. So that's certainly not out of scope. We've heard and said a bit about the Futures Group already. As its chair, Richard, how would you describe its broad remit?
We're trying, as I say, to think about 2030 and how we can improve justice system. There's three strands of work. One is horizon scanning, looking at emerging technologies and thinking whether or not and how they might apply and be used and exploited in civil justice. A second is about setting direction, where we're trying to identify a broad point in the horizon and what route we might take to get there. And a third element is ongoing review, that we need to understand where we are today. We need to have a deeper understanding of what our system will be like at the end of the reform process, because that's our starting point. And it may well be we can build on that. It may well be we need to build parallel systems. Lucas is our mascot, and he's a lovely wee boy. But it's not just light-hearted. There is something very important about having someone who's 1 year old beside us, because, folks, we're not designing a system for ourselves. We're designing a system for the next generation. The plan, broadly speaking, is next year. The most important output will be a draft paper that we want to put out for consultation and discussion and hold an event around it. So there's no sense in which we are creating a blueprint and saying this is how it's going to be. We just want to start a conversation and encourage people to think differently about the future.
Thank you. Looking forward tentatively to the technologies that might be available in 2030, what improvements has the group so far come up with that we can and should expect in the civil justice system? So this is the vision bit, I guess.
Yeah, a bit on technology, the running theme of the last panel, I spent my life thinking about legal technology, but my main interest in, my background is in jurisprudence, that's what I used to teach when I was an academic. My interest is in justice and improving access to justice and improving the quality of justice. For me, technology offers the most promising route by which we can radically improve our justice system. So it's not technology for its own sake. We as a group have been thinking, we want a system that's more accessible, we want a system that's more preventative, that's more sustainable, that's more proportionate. And if we're doing this, we think technology can play a role. There's all sorts of technology. I'm just going to raise 4 flags, as it were. The first is what we call rule-based expert systems. Strangely enough, that's what I worked on many years ago. In a more prosaic term, that's about building decision trees. It's that kind of technology, the underpinning technology, that will help people, guide people to understand their rights and entitlements, understand the options available to them, help them put together, if they're self-represented, their own legal arguments and so forth. So there's a whole set of technologies developed in the 80s but being refined, rule-based expert systems. Secondly, machine learning systems, and in particularly predictive analytics. The technical details don't matter, but we are developing a range of systems that can help predict the outcome of cases. And you can look at this, if you want to think of it in current terms, as a form of early neutral evaluation. But it's a very powerful set of technologies which will greatly assist people in understanding what options they have and what options are most promising for them. Natural language processing is a third area. Amazing developments in that area, systems that can scan a big document and write a summary, systems that can compose poetry, that can write novels, systems that enable us to communicate with machines as we do with one another, speaking in natural language and speech recognition too. Huge developments there. Virtual reality, I know people are dismissive of this, but in my gut and heart, I'm absolutely convinced, rightly or wrongly, people will spend more and more time in virtual worlds, and we have to think what the implications for the resolution of disputes, and in fact, disputes might arise in that new environment. We have to think that through too. But finally, and for me, this is the most exciting and yet most disconcerting, by 2030, our lives are likely to have been transformed by technologies that have not yet been invented. And you may think that's unlikely, but if you look at the trajectory of the last 20 years, our social and economic lives have been transformed radically by technologies that weren't anticipated before the turn of the century. And so what we also have to do as a group is be monitoring these developments. I mean, you may think I overstate, but we are living at a time of greater technological advance than humanity's ever witnessed. It's remarkable. Take something like TikTok. There are now 1 billion users of TikTok. It's only a few years old. When I mention TikTok to most lawyers, they give me the sense they're waiting for it to take off. But there's already 1 billion users, and this has happened in a very small number of years. We will see techniques and technologies emerging over the next decade and longer, which will, I think, fundamentally change the way we administer justice.
We've posed this question to our delegates, and I will open it up to the room in a moment, but how do you think we should involve court users in the modernisation process?
This is fundamental, especially if we are, at least in part, moving to a justice system where there's greater involvement of self-represented parties. How it is, we're no longer, and I know this is a cliche, but we're no longer designing a system by lawyers, designed by lawyers for lawyers. We have to think of a very different class of court user. And one of the members we have in our group is a specialist in what's known, I'm sure you're all familiar with, the whole field of design thinking. But you use design thinking systematically to work with users to establish their needs and wants. You don't consult the users as an afterthought, they're baked into the very process. So one answer is design thinking. A second answer relates to data, and we've got to, again, in a systematic way, assess the impact of the developments. We've got to gather data, which we've been poor at. We've got to pore over the data. We have to be as rigorous as examining the evidence as doctors are when they're thinking of new interventions, and that's absolutely vital. But having said that, and I do think we have to build a system around the needs and wants, and we have to monitor and gather evidence of the impact. There are two limitations to relying only on participation of users, and I call them the Henry Ford problem and the Steve Jobs problem. The Henry Ford story is that he was once asked, how did you come up with the idea of inventing mass manufacture of motor vehicles? Did you ask your customers what they wanted? And he said, if I'd asked my customers what they'd wanted, they'd have asked for faster horses. And so we do run the risk, if you ask users, and this happens all the time, if you ask customers what they want, they tend to say, I want a cheaper, quicker version of what we've got today. So often asking users doesn't give us the big leap. And the Steve Jobs point is people don't know what they want until we show them. And they're quite similar points. But that doesn't mean we just abandon evidence. That leads me to say, and this is a big challenge, I think, to the way we've proceeded in the civil justice system in the past, we need to pilot, we need to experiment, we need to gather data. So we need entrepreneurial thinking, but that needs to be contained and constrained by what works in practice. Historically, across the justice system, we've had this 10 or 15 times in my memory where a committee of senior lawyers have come up with some recommendations that have been executed, but they haven't really been tested or piloted. So it's very much, I think, a process clearly of design thinking, clearly of data analytics, but entrepreneurial thinking that is evaluated and monitored. But I think we will strongly recommend, I don't want to get ahead of us, but we will strongly recommend that we don't adopt the blueprint approach, which is here's a blueprint, let's move towards it and let's hope it's a good one. Actually, it has to be far more incremental and evolutionary than that.
Thank you. As a solicitor who's spent some time writing rules for court processes, I won't answer that question. But I think what I would add to what you've said is, and this is where it comes to you in the room, my own experience of innovation within my firm is that it's the bringing together of different ideas from different people that gives you the really good ideas and the things that you might not have thought of. And so on that basis, very much over to all of you with some questions or observations. Now, I've just realised we don't have anybody roving with the microphone. Are you okay to, is that all right?
We're having technical difficulties.
Okay.
Which allows me to make my joke that I always think roving mic sounds like an ancient American country and western singer.
No. Gentleman there, first of all, sorry. Sorry. Excuse me.
So my question is relatively simple to ask, which is how do you design a court system for the future that doesn't favour the powerful and further disenfranchise those that are not empowered already?
Simple question, but a difficult one, isn't it? It's the greatest challenge that the playing field is never level. I think someone was saying earlier, I think it was Daniel in the previous session, or someone at least was saying about the idea that people who are disempowered but have meritorious claims are being essentially sidelined by organizations that can play the game. I think that it seems to us, and again, I don't want to prejudge what we're saying, that there's two broad challenges there. One is a genuinely more accessible system for the resolution of disputes by judges. But a lot of what we've been talking about here has been about earlier settlement, earlier intervention, and how it is that we can enable people to understand and enforce their entitlements in a way that puts them in a level playing field. A lot of the discussion of access to justice, since actually Lord Woolf in the mid-90s, a lot of people talk about access to justice as if it's access to the court system. And so if you could have better, quicker, cheaper access to the court system, that's the problem resolved. But actually, I think as has been hinted already this morning, perhaps the bigger access to justice problem is people don't have enough knowledge, for example, to know when they've got a legal entitlement that's worth pursuing. They don't have enough knowledge to select the best source of guidance for them, and they don't really have the wherewithal to pursue the claim themselves. Now, it's early days, and I've written about this in my book on online courts, but there are emerging technologies that can help with each of these stages. And I will say again and again that none of this is foolproof, and these technologies have to be scrutinized and we have to be sure of their outcomes, but they are very promising indeed. And if you combine them with Amanda Finley's point that those people who are digitally excluded, if we can actually empower community and voluntary advisors with the same technology, our challenge is, and this is fundamentally what my book was about, how can we give a digitally empowered citizen the teeth of a law firm when conducting a piece of litigation. And we've even seen through the years of Money Claims Online an example of this. And again, very early days, the early days of Money Claims Online, very often when someone receives the formal document from the court system that has been produced as a result of a simple interaction online, that of itself encourages the more powerful party to take the disempowered more seriously. And one of my themes in all of this is we're not in the land of perfect. This is, again and again, there's a little bit of this in the earlier discussion, the best can be the enemy of the good. The old Voltaire point, we're just trying to introduce techniques. So if, for example, we said by 2028, a third of the people who are now disempowered, we can level the playing field for them, I would say that's amazing. The fact there's still 2/3 who we can't sort out, it's always going to be a work in progress. But I cannot see how it is proportionately we can essentially empower people, individuals, so that they have the teeth of a law firm as if it were representing them without using some kind of technology. And again, I put it out as a challenge. If people have got an alternative narrative, I want to hear it. So I'm saying there's promising technologies to help there, and I've written about them at length.
Lady at the front who I've already disenfranchised, I'm sorry about that.
Sue's not looking disenfranchised.
I haven't ignored this side of the room instead.
Hi, I'm Sue Prince. I'm a professor at the University of Exeter. I wanted to ask you, Richard, about legal education. You talk about vision-based versus legacy-based ideas. I asked our first-year students when they started at university a few weeks ago what they wanted to be when they finished their degree, and the majority of them wanted to be solicitors or barristers. I was really pushing the idea of doing something different, especially in technology. I had about 1 or 2%. And I just wanted to ask you, because our students are going to be the lawyers of 2030, how education and legal education and entrepreneurship especially fits into your futures group in Civil Justice Council.
Well, thank you, Sue. And uneasily is the answer. What you've made me say, what you've made me think in asking the question is a refinement to my usual response. I do worry about law schools, because I think law schools, by and large, how they teach and what they teach hasn't changed since I was there in the late 70s, early 80s. And I do think we're generating 20th century lawyers rather than 21st century lawyers. But what's very interesting is that the people who are attracted into law schools are being attracted to a 20th century conception of law. And that's why in my book, Tomorrow's Lawyers, which I've just done a third rewrite of, I say that the future of law is, it's not Rumpole or Grisham. It's not what your mum or dad does or your uncle or your next door neighbor. If you look at the broad trends in the legal world, what I call the more for less challenge, the huge cost pressures on clients and consumers who can't afford legal services, if you look at the new providers in the marketplace, from law tech startups through to big four accounting firms, if you look at the advances of our increasingly capable systems, so much of the work that historically was done by traditional solicitors, particularly, will be done differently this decade without question, and it's already happening. And so we have this worry where not only we're preparing people for jobs that will be diminished in the future, we're not enthusing them about the other options. So in the simplest of terms, and I'm conscious these are long answers, but they're complex questions, in the simplest of terms, I say law students have a fairly simple choice in their careers. They can choose to compete with emerging systems, or they can choose to build them. And by competing, they'll be saying, I hear what everyone's talking about, the advances of technology, but I think there'll still be huge amounts that human lawyers will need to do for decades yet, and that's what I want to focus my career on. I call that competing with the emerging systems. But there's something far more exciting to do, and that's to be involved in building the systems that replace our old ways of working. With all the will in the world, our civil justice system, much of it needs rebuilt. And I'd love a new generation of law students coming through, not just taking the baton from the person in the year ahead and being a regular barrister and solicitor, although they're very respectable jobs, but being a legal knowledge engineer, being a legal design thinker, being a legal risk manager and being a legal data scientist, I've identified 15 different tasks. And I think it may not, often when I speak to first-year law students about this, they look at it and say, no one told us. I didn't think this is going to be the law was going to be about. But I think it's a new obligation in the law schools to start introducing the students to these new skills that are going to be needed. And I've done work in 8 different professions. Our book, The Future of the Professions, it's exactly the same discussions are being had in medicine, are being had in audit, are being had in tax, in architecture, in consulting, in journalism, and even in the clergy. We all realize as we move into a fully digital society that our old bespoke handcrafted ways of working are going to be up for discussion. And the law schools are the place, I think, to inculcate this new vision into the students. But it does strike me that there's an obligation also on schools to try and understand better what it means to be a doctor or a lawyer and accountant in the future.
I think as an employer of those would-be lawyers, we face the same problem. When they're not necessarily walking into what they would expect, and you know the degree of interaction with systems already in my office and many others. Yes, of course. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to say that we've talked about lawyers. There's something about multidisciplinary approach as well, and obviously one of the benefits of a law tech sector is that it's trying, or I think is trying to bring together and understand what the benefits of multidisciplinary professionals, experts, all the people that you've just listed, Richard, will bring. And I think the same might be true for, it's not just for law schools, it's for law schools to integrate with the engineers and all of the other future people who will have an impact. And I would secondly say, I think that, there's some really great examples of some young students, you will have some, Sue, yourself. Christian Weaver is one really good example, who happened to be actually the barrister in the case that Natalie was talking about earlier. He's created Law in 60 Seconds, which gives people the opportunity to do some of that empowering at the point of need, which I would just want to do a tiny plug for, because it's very good.
Thank you. Lady here has been very patient, and then I will have to go to this side of the room.
I've got sort of two sort of points, I suppose. The first one is I woke up the other day to a headline that read, "Billions being spent in the metaverse land grab." So 1.75 billion had been spent on a virtual land grab. So I guess my first question is, when are we going to move the Civil Justice Forum into the metaverse, whatever that is, and how quickly do we think that's going to happen? And should we be setting up law centres in this metaverse? My brother runs a tech company in the commercial sector. He's already bought the trademark for his business in the metaverse. Are we way behind in thinking ahead even in that? And the second thing is bringing it somewhere back to the world that we're in currently, so somewhere between the metaverse and sitting here today. I'm an employment lawyer, by the way, and I'm following a group on Facebook, which is something like employment law, HR advice in the UK. There's 29,000 members on there, all of them every day coming up with different questions and employment advice, and people without any expertise offering what they think are the answers. To what extent do you think that in any moving towards using technology as solutions, there should be, first of all, an obligation on these companies to put warning signs up, to perhaps provide legal advice themselves when these questions are being asked, to use algorithms to spot where there are legal issues, to raise, to inform on the best places to go to seek solutions for those problems rather than people using informal advice. A colleague of mine in the universal credit space said he was looking at, he does the same thing as me on a universal credit survival Facebook page with 101,000 members, so that it's not an insignificant amount of people, and they're just like literally a couple of examples of which there are many. And the second thing is, to what extent do you think that there are regulatory, like external regulators should be somewhat responsible? So for example, should the SRA be getting involved, or other regulators, probably on a more international level?
So I guess the challenge in answering the first question, Richard, is not to use the term we've asked you not to use.
Yeah, there's a certain nervousness in our group about the term metaverse, simply because it's very much associated with one particular provider. But broadly speaking, metaverse is two things just now: it's virtual reality and augmented reality. I won't dwell on augmented reality, but it's just one idea is there through your contact lenses or your specs or whatever. As you wander along, further information is provided to you in real time, so that it may tell you that 30 yards away there's a shop it knows you'll be interested in, or 50 yards away there's someone, a friend of yours, or that paneling is made of this particular wood or whatever it is. So the idea of augmented reality is you're still in the physical world, but there's a layer of help provided, often visually, but it could be audio as well. The other thing is virtual reality, and this is, of course, a huge area for already several 100 million gamers, and this is where you actually move into, I mean, typically you would put on a head-mounted display and you would be immersed in a virtual online world. And I'll tell you 2 stories to give a flavour. At the British Legal Technology Forum this year, they had a stall which was demonstrating virtual reality, and there was a plank of wood in the floor. I'll hold that thought. The guy put the helmet on me, and I looked around. I'm completely immersed, and I'm in a lift. He said, press button 10, press button 10. He puts a wee thing in my finger, press button 10. Doors open, and I'm perched at the top of a skyscraper, right at the edge, and I can see the road below, and I can see all the other skyscrapers, and ahead of me there's a plank. That's all I can see, there's nothing else. And he said, put your foot in the plank. And so I've got this plank in the ground, and then, so you've moved a step forward, and then he said, walk on the plank, and I could not do it. And half of the people at the event couldn't do it. A rational part of me knew I was at a conference, but I just showed us that we're already developing worlds where we're immersed. Another quick example, I went to this conference, chap put 2 little things in my finger, and then he put the head-mounted display on, and all I could see was a room, a white room with a table. On the table there was a little bowl, and in the bowl there was some fruit. There was also a tennis ball and a billiard ball. He said, pick up the billiard ball. I said, what do you mean? He said, don't think about it. Just use the hand, put the things on, pick up. Stretch my hand in, and it felt completely natural. He said, squeeze the billiard ball, and it felt like squeezing a billiard ball. He said, lift the billiard ball. This is called haptics, the technology. I lifted it up, and it had the heft, the weight of a billiard ball. He said, put it down. Do the same with the tennis ball. Squeeze the tennis ball, felt a tennis ball, lifted it up. I give these examples to say we're at the foothills, we're very early days. There's no question in my mind that we will spend more and more time in virtual reality. And I love the idea that people who can't otherwise travel can go to all sorts of other places in the world. And there'll be smell, there'll be all sorts of feelings will be generated. You can maybe even put on entire suits that will immerse you in another reality. Whether or not we think it's good or bad, I have the same conviction I have about this that I had about the web in the early 90s. It's going to be huge, and it will be. So yeah, then you start asking the questions, oh my goodness, so what about real estate there? Because you can create whole virtual worlds, and they'll be created automatically by AI, massive. But already people are selling property in this virtual world. And then you start, what law applies in the virtual world where participants are from all around the world? And what is it to defame someone? And what if loss, damage, or injury arises from transacting there? Indeed, what does a contract look like, and how is it governed? Lots of legal issues. And the thought we also have is, might that be a place where you might resolve disputes? And people's initial reaction was, why on earth would you want to do it? Well, why on earth would you want to go to an Anglican cathedral in Second Life, as 2 million people did for many years? Because human beings like exploring and like undertaking things differently. But there's a very interesting thing, and it's attributed to Aristotle, the idea of justice being blind. That's to say that the person making the decision should know nothing about the parties, but actually should just be looking at the case. So you could imagine, for example, participating in an online on a virtual dispute as an avatar. So that bears no real relation to what you are. And so the discussion begins. It seems outlandish today, but so it did. Online dispute resolution seemed ridiculous until what happened there was disputes over e-commerce started arising. So on eBay, for example, every year there's 60 million disputes amongst eBay traders. They're all sorted out, or most of them, by online negotiation and online adjudication. Similarly, as disputes will arise in the metaverse, the participants will find it probably more natural to have some kind of virtual experience. This is not tomorrow, but for me, and I just want to stress this, that you don't need to feel in a binary way about, yes, technology is a good thing, or no, it's a bad thing. I think we just need to pick and choose what works well. And so we'll have, in the future, we'll have physical hearings, we'll have video hearings, we'll have audio hearings, we'll have online paper hearings, we might have pop-up courts. we might have hybrid hearings, and we might have hearings in virtual reality. And one of our challenges will be what form of dispute resolution, what forum is best suited to what type of problem. Where does it make most sense? Where is it better for the users? Where is it most proportionate? So this is the kind of thing as a group we'll be agonizing and probably arguing about. But I hope I've given you a flavor that there's something very interesting going on in our world. Now, for those of you who want to read more about this, there's a book by a New York philosopher called Reality Plus, which will completely blow your mind about virtual reality, and goes into some very deep philosophical questions and some not so deep questions, which are pretty much from The Matrix, the film. But it's fascinating stuff.
Okay. At that point, the gentleman at the back, as long as we can make the microphone work. Yes.
Yeah, quick question really about the earlier point you made, Richard, about distinguishing between orientation toward legacy and orientation toward vision in the way that we reform justice. I agree with you that a lot of our lives in the coming decade will be much more influenced by digital technology. However, it will also be influenced by growing poverty, by climate change and the demographic and political changes that would drive, the growing unaffordability of basic amenities that we regard today as essentials, including online access. In fact, it's something we've already seen in law centers where I'm from during the pandemic. That basic phone contracts, mobile contracts, were just unaffordable to some people, and therefore they were unable to access help. So my question really is about, do we not need to check the vision that we march toward to just ensure that it is, that there isn't a surfeit of it, for one, but also that we are truly taking more careful steps and checking as we go along and innovate that about the impact of those changes? Because I believe 2 years ago you've actually said that we needed to slow down a little the course of court reform in order to check that changes were, well, basically sticking and were not resulting in adverse consequences.
So I'm actually going to take this one, if that's all right. I think that the challenge for us as a group is to try and bring those two things together. So we are certainly looking at what might be possible. We need to do that to form some sort of vision of where the system could theoretically end up, and to look at the benefits and drawbacks in that. But we cannot do that and simply say, okay, that's the goal, without being realistic and working backwards. Very much what I bring to the group, and I know Richard shares this approach as well, of working right to left to work out whether we can get there from where we are now and in the time we've got. So I think we absolutely understand your point about the competing concerns around us, and we're certainly not divorced from that.
And we are talking about piloting and experimenting as well. It will be evidence-based.
Amanda, I think it is, isn't it?
Amanda Finlay again, Law for Life. Richard, 10 years ago, I can remember being involved in writing reports that said we should no longer try and make litigants in person. We should no longer try and teach them to be lawyers. We should actually expect the courts to understand the law, to understand the procedure, to understand the rules of the game, and to look after litigants in person so that they benefited from that court oversight through a more inquisitorial system, through judicial assistance. We've moved on from that. The courts are overwhelmed. The litigants in person are adrift and helpless. There is so little advice provision now. I think we do need something that's qualitatively different. And I'm interested in your rule-based expert systems, or as you call them, decision trees. And as you know, I'm particularly interested in decision trees in the civil justice realm, where there are so many causes of action in civil justice that you need something to help people, or those supporting people who have problems, to understand what their problem is, if there is a legal solution, if there's a non-legal solution, and what they need to do it. How do we develop these expert systems, these decision trees? Some of them have already been developed by two very far-thinking judges. I regard them as gold dust, but actually they've been gathering dust on the shelves in HMCTS for, I think, at least the last 2 years. How do we dust them down? How do we bring them up to date? How do we make them real? Because we have something here that we know is part of the future trajectory, and we are not doing anything about it. I get so frustrated about this, and I would like people in this room to think about how can we resolve that. We've seen 2 tiny local indigenous examples of this in the UK. We're always talking about British Columbia. If you look at advice now, you can see we have tools for people with welfare benefits problems, helping them to get a mandatory reconsideration of a claim which has been turned down by DWP. That's actually an expert system. It's been working for many years now. It's extremely simple. It's a document assembly, but it helps them answer the questions in the way that DWP needs them to answer the questions, the way that they wouldn't naturally do it. There's now the wonderful housing application that Raj Panasar has developed on Lawferry. Look at it, Lawferry. Wow, what a title. I mean, he basically develops expert systems for big solicitors firms, but he's also using his expertise to develop a housing application form. You'd think it was simple. It took 20 minutes to whiz through it at Robin's recent round table. We're not moving into social welfare law because there's no market imperative to do it, but it is possible. How can we break this logjam? How can we make these systems work for ordinary people?
Very quickly, if you can add a small question to that, because we're out of time, and then I'll ask Richard to try and answer both of them in summing up.
Well, I was just actually going to link the 2 questions that we've got here, because if you use digital marketing skill, I mean, that's all well developed. And you can use those sort of techniques which have a bad name for the good, so that when people are searching, it takes you to, say, Amanda's accredited site, or indeed to the employment one. All these things exist. And the question I was going to say, Richard, is, you know, HMCTS has had a policy from the beginning of the reform programme to build, not buy. They haven't, I don't know whether it's changed, but certainly when they embarked on it, that they weren't prepared to integrate third-party applications. And there are things like, I don't know whether anyone here knows Typeform, I'm sure you do, which are these wonderfully accessible questionnaires. It's an American, instead of sort of monkey survey, which is really intuitive. And if you just introduce those sort of techniques even into applications, I mean, this is something that could be done straight away, and use digital marketing to get people to the right advice, approved, accredited advice sites. So this could be done now rather than just the future.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Richard, literally 30 seconds.
Okay, first of all,
sorry,
Caroline and Amanda both have contributed enormously to the field. I just want to acknowledge that. Secondly, what they're saying is there are technologies, and maybe people don't believe it, but there are technologies that actually can provide the very assistance that people need. These techniques and tools have been developed over the last 30 years, they exist. The bigger question is who's going to fund and develop them. Now, on the one hand, we might wait for the state to do it. I think in this era of austerity, it's unlikely. I think what we need to do, and I've been thinking of this on a global level, is encourage local communities to come together. And there are only about 20 systems we need to develop to you and I have looked at this before, Amanda, to essentially consume about 85%, it's the 80-20 rule, of civil justice problems we need as a community to come together and make it a priority to develop 18 problem solvers using these existing techniques. That would be transformational. But just now we're a little piecemeal, so it needs to be a coherent single effort.
Okay, we could have gone on for a long time. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but thank you very much for all your participation. That's been really helpful. Thanks.
Good as ours. We had the best one. I'm sorry if you didn't go. But that was certainly, from my point of view, really useful and interesting. So the next session is a snapshot of civil justice across various sectors, and it will be chaired by Mr. Ian Corrett, and it is my pleasure to introduce Ian. He's the Civil Justice Council member for EU Exit. Now, you might have thought since we've done that now, he ought to have gone, but he still seems to be here, and that's very good. He's also, apart from being, of course, a solicitor at Linklaters, a Deputy High Court judge. And he had the pleasure, or I think it was a pleasure, I hope, of being upheld by a court of appeal that I was in just last week. But thank you very much, Ian. I know this is going to be a really good session. Over to you.
Thank you, Colin. So this is a snapshot of the civil justice system across the sector. We were due to have 8 speakers, and your programme may say 8, but due to travel, we have only 7 today. But you only have 3 here, because the stage is not big enough to take 8, so we're going to do it in 2 tranches. Each speaker will tell you what their organisation is and does, something from the last year or so, a success or a challenge, and why it was important, and then thirdly, what might be next for their organisation. The timing on the session is quite tight, And so the speakers have been given very strict instructions that they can only speak for about 2 minutes. But as we're down to 7 from 8, then there's possibly an eighth of a 2-minute session over that they can go. But we did start 5 minutes late, so I'm not quite sure how that works. So there will not be questions or comments unless we get to the very end and there is time, in which case we will institute that, but it at the moment is not yet planned. At the very end, my most important duty is to make an announcement about lunch, but I'll do that at the end. The first session is Jane Krishnadas from Clock, Eddie Coppinger from University House, and Kerry Thompson from Support Through Court. Jane, your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Yes, my name's Dr. Jane Krishnadas and I'm an academic from Keele University. And Clock began as a transformative methodology based on a research project which listened to people's experiences of access to justice in times of crisis based in India, working with the Social Legal Information Centre and the Human Rights Law Network, and the landmark case Krishnadas versus Government of Maharashtra. Clock is a direct response to legal aid in response to the legal aid crisis in the UK, listening to voices of experience, a group of self-help group of survivors of domestic abuse, thinking about how they would face their ex-partner in court alone. Clock developed a steering committee with voices of experience and local high street law firms, mediators, charitable partners and our Citizens Advice Bureau alongside the local authority in Cafcass with support of our Stoke-on-Trent court to train law students as community legal companions to signpost for multi-agency and intersectional support through legal aid, mediation, domestic and sexual violence services, and where not available, assist within the remit of the Mackenzie Friend to assist with accompanying people in court, arranging court papers, filling those in and assisting with note-taking. Clock is based on a goodwill strategy. We strategically have not applied for external funding because we believe funding should be targeted for early advice and legal representation and essentially legal aid. We've welcomed the expertise of the Civil Justice Council and for members who visited Stoke-on-Trent and come to the local refuge and the housing shelters, academics such as Mavis McLean, who cited us in her recent book, and the president of the family court who wholeheartedly endorsed the community legal companion role. So the success of Clock has been through the clock.uk.net portal, which provides direct access to the public, and we can electronically signpost to our projects which have cascaded to Sussex, Brighton, Canterbury, Leicester, Liverpool, John Moores, Wolverhampton, York St John and the University of York, and operating in 8 courts. The challenges that we face are that the research that we have developed, we've submitted to the Legal Aid Means Test Review and the Justice Report, and where we've highlighted that a number of cases are being signposted from public agencies such as the local authority, doctors' surgery, schools and the police, which we hadn't envisaged, and what we feel highlights that there's a significant risk of harm where legal aid needs to be targeted. So the challenge that we face is that though that evidence has been identified as invaluable and robust, for that to be implemented in the Ministry of Justice policy, where we can see a triage and a uniform risk assessment criteria before going into court, and then targeted legal aid vouchers in the way that we have the mediation vouchers for legal aid and representation for where there is a significant risk of harm to the children and the parties involved.
Thank you. Eddie.
University House dates back to 1886 and the origins of the settlement movement in the East End of London. Today we're a specialist advice body. Most of our work is project-based and concerns access to justice. One such project is our advice portal, which we have developed greatly during the past year. The portal is principally aimed at supporting generalist advice agencies to undertake specialist legal casework. Users must register to access the portal. This allows us to target the portal where it is needed most. Our work focuses on the most vulnerable, and a great deal of our casework is on behalf of people who have complex health and social needs. It's therefore important to us that the technology we use does not add to the barriers that they face. We embrace the use of new technology, but in a way that is very mindful of the realities of people's lives. Our view on the use of technology is to use it to provide access to specialist lawyers rather than in lieu of them. The advice portal in part includes an electronic booking system aimed at targeted community advice agencies and other key stakeholders. Each week, advice slots on specific critical legal matters are made available. Key matters include non-molestation orders and disability benefit appeals. Advice workers can book an appointment to seek support from us to progress a case themselves, or they can make a referral by appointment for us to advise someone directly. A big issue for our sector is a lack of second-tier support and an inability to access specialist legal support and casework services, particularly on time-sensitive matters. Our portal addresses this by providing direct access. Through the portal, community advice workers are also able to access self-help information and professional development support. Earlier this year, we obtained substantial funding from the National Lottery Community Fund to make our portal available to advice deserts England-wide. This went live at the beginning of October. We're able to cope with a large number of assistance requests because we have linked the portal to our London-based pro bono resource.
Thank you very much. Kerry.
Support through court exists in England and Wales to provide support for litigants in person through civil and family cases. We provide procedural, practical and emotional support. Through recent times, we've adapted the way in which we've worked. Through the development of our recent university partnerships, it's enabled us to build up a greater capacity to support litigants in person. We're now moving from the traditional face-to-face support that we always used to provide to also include remote services, and it means then that clients have got access to support in ways that meets their needs. It's really helping us to improve the outcomes as well by giving us extra capacity to be able to network with other organisations, building up what we can do and collaborating with others.
Thank you very much. We've probably got time for a single question, if anyone did want to ask a question. Okay, hold those thoughts. Thank you, tranche one. And please welcome up Anila Samari, Rebecca Wilkinson, Miriam Davidson, and James Sandbach, whose names are hopefully, yes, on the big screen. So Anila is first. When comfortable, please go.
The Social Welfare Solicitors Qualification Fund is an initiative set up between Young Legal Aid Lawyers, the City of London Law Society and Barbary, the legal education provider. And it's a fund that provides funding for aspiring social welfare solicitors to qualify. So it pays for solicitors qualifying exam preparation courses delivered by Barbary and also the final examinations. And it's aimed at paralegals and caseworkers that currently work in areas of social welfare law. So housing, civil liberties, crime, community care, public law. And the purpose of the fund is to address the bottleneck where we have so many talented paralegals and caseworkers who just can't afford to qualify because wages in the legal aid sector are very low, people have high levels of debt from university and other just general life as well. We've managed to secure £600,000 from 25 law firms, mostly Magic Circle corporate firms. And in year one, we funded the SQE prep courses and exams for 21 applicants. They'll be sitting their exams, first exams in January, and applications are open now for year two. They close on the 8th of December. So if you know anybody who's a caseworker or paralegal that works in an area of social welfare law who would be interested in qualifying for free, then yeah, please encourage them to apply. You can get more information on the City of London Law Society website, and you can email us at Young Legal Aid Lawyers. I think there's links in the programme, and you can just Google us as well. And as long as the applicant currently works in social welfare law as a caseworker or paralegal and earns below £35,000 in London or £30,000 outside of London, then they should be eligible. And I'll be around, so if anyone has any questions, then yeah, please do come and ask them.
Thank you very much. Rebecca, LawWorks.
Yes, hello. I'm Becca Wilkinson. I'm the CEO of LawWorks, which, if you don't know us, is the Solicitors Pro Bono Group. I've not been asked to actually talk about LawWorks. I've been asked to talk about a specific project that LawWorks has been undertaking, which is the UK Pro Bono Portal. For those of you who've never heard of it, some brief background. Justice Connect, an Australian pro bono charity, got some funding a couple of years ago to develop a pro bono portal, which would be a way to connect firms with pro bono opportunities in an efficient and safe and secure portal. And they also got funding to not keep it to themselves, but to spread it internationally. And we were their first international partner. 2 years ago, they came to us, and we've been working with them to make it sort of fit for purpose for our jurisdiction. A year ago, we launched it, and we have 70 firms onboarded onto it. We've initially launched it just with LawWorks-specific projects, for the most part, and we've seen 200 cases run and matched through the portal. But we've also been doing a small pilot with Support Through Court, where they've been referring cases that they've been unable to find other legal assistance for, and that those can then come onto the portal and our law firms can pick them up. Now, as I say, well, I was asked to say a challenge and then something for the future. So I think our main challenge has not been the technology, it's the culture shift, moving away from something just going into someone's email and them actually logging onto a portal. And this was raised with me in the break, you know, isn't that just another password for someone to remember? I mean, luckily, most things allow you to save their passwords on it, but it is true. So we're looking at what is the benefit, and for us really it's the data. It's the fact that everything's captured in one place. You can easily see from our perspective what's been placed, how, where, why, and what does that tell us about the service we provide and what we can do in the future and what the need is. And then for law firms and in-house teams and the solicitors who are taking these cases, what it is that they've done over the course of the year. So that is our positive. I'm aware, 2 minutes. We won the Disruptive Technology of the Year Award, which is very exciting. I'm not sure what it means, but we were pleased to see it happen. And for the future, I mean, obviously ongoing with onboarding all of our projects, but we're working with other pro bono organisations to find out if they would benefit from it, and if they would, we would love to bring them on board. We're not wanting to keep this technology to ourselves. We're expanding it to across our clinics network so they can have a referral system between themselves, which once again is more secure than just emailing one another casework. And we're also looking at developing APIs to ensure that there is a smooth, seamless progression between one person's case management system and then the portal itself, and scoping a general referral platform that would allow people to put their pro bono opportunities on it. Our vision is that the portal will sit as the digital infrastructure for how people source pro bono opportunities. I hope that was 2 minutes.
Doesn't matter if it wasn't, because it was very good. Thank you. That brings us to Miriam.
Hi, I'm Miriam Davison. I'm Head of User Inclusion and Engagement at HMCTS. And so my team is all about, as we reform, thinking about how we make sure that everyone can use our service and participate effectively. And as part of that, we have been doing engagement with the third sector since the beginning of reform in 2016. The desire there was that we would hear the user voice through this engagement and get feedback and have an opportunity for co-design as we reformed and changed our services. These groups were structured around user type. So we have our litigant in-person engagement group, and I can see faces of that group in the audience, which is lovely. We also had a victims and witness, defendant group, equalities and inclusion. Sorry. And so those groups have been really invaluable as we've been changing and reforming in a non-tangible way of just keeping a reality check for us, but some really tangible successes that have come out of that. So there is now signposting for users who've experienced domestic abuse within our divorce journey. As Natalie mentioned earlier, we are collecting protected characteristics data for our users and now starting to understand the disparity that we see. We have designed multiple support options for user. Digital support was mentioned earlier this morning, also a new way of managing reasonable adjustments requests and asking that to users, and a project which is sort of happening now around how do we actually help users who need additional support connect into the support and advice sector. All of those things have been hugely influenced by all those engagement groups and are better pieces of work and have happened because of those groups. But as reform is ending and we're thinking about what's next and how we are structured, we've been reviewing our engagement and thinking what were the positives of what have worked really well and what do we need to adapt and change. And key things that have come out is there is a need for the formal groups, but there's also more space, we think, for some informal dialogue. And so coming to something like today is amazing. And then also thinking about the different levels we're engaging at. So our groups are generally made up of more senior people, and so often in a conversation someone will say, well, you need to speak to the person that gives that advice over there. So we're thinking about how do we tap into a more practitioner level of engagement going forward. I think the key thing is working out what we want this engagement to do going forward, and that is we want the insight and the feedback from the third sector to help us identify areas for strategic change in the future. What are the big issues that we should tackle next as HMCTS? To get feedback on our service performance, what's our service performance data saying to us and where can we drive improvement for our users? And then when we're making those changes, whether it's a large-scale reform or changing something in a process, having that space to get feedback on the change, have an opportunity and space to have open discussion and co-design with yourselves. So that is what we're aiming to do, but we also want to make sure that it creates a space for dialogue and communication. We've definitely been accused of launching things without telling you, and I apologise. And we want to change that. We want to be more open and clear when we're changing things because it impacts you and the service you provide to users as well. And then finally, a key thing for me was we want that insight and feedback to go to where decisions are made in HMCTS. I don't want to be scrabbling around for an action owner. I want it to be nice and clear route in. And so we're thinking about how these groups will feed in to HMCTS governance and decision-making process. So that is our hope for the future. I no doubt the devil is in the detail, and that's where my challenge will be next year. If you are interested and you're not involved in our engagement groups, we are looking at this all next year. So please do email my team, which is publicengagement@justice.gov.uk. And we also, little plug, have our annual user public event on the 7th of February. So it's a long morning and you can hear all about what we have done in reform and what we think is coming next. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, James.
So I'm James Samash, and I'm the, I work for the London Centre Device Network. I'm actually here to talk about, say a few words on behalf of the steering group of the Legal and Advice Sector Roundtable. The Roundtable was established in first week of lockdown, actually, in 2020, in response to COVID, to bring together the leadership of the very diverse legal and advice sector to discuss their challenges and collaborate and share learning. And we've continued in that vein since then. And we've obviously moved on from COVID. And it's very much about, the Roundtable is very much about encouraging collaboration, sharing information, sharing ideas, sharing learning. So this last year, we've looked at, focused on 3 issues. One has been some more intersectionality between civil and criminal. Obviously, there are different systems, but nevertheless, social welfare advice delivered in criminal justice settings, i.e. Giving advice within prisons, giving advice within probation settings, is an important development for social welfare advice because it actually helps to reduce reoffending, and similarly, social welfare advice has a role to play in diversion away from the criminal justice system and early intervention. Secondly, a big issue that has obviously impacted the sector usually over the past year has been the cost of living crisis. So we've done work to bring together, you know, the legal advice sector and the money advice sector, look at what the issues are and how do we work together to address them. And thirdly, related to the cost of living, because the cost of living itself has had an impact on the advice sector and legal sector workforce. And when we've got a workforce that is being increasingly challenged, working in an increasingly challenging environment, dealing with clients who are often really frustrated with referral fatigue and being sent from pillar to post. And that itself is having, plus the cost of living, is having an impact on the workforce. So we've been, again, sharing what we can do to better support the workforce. And this also relates to, when you talk about the workforce, not just the workforce as it is at the moment, but with the workforce as it will be potentially in the future, because who are going to be the next generation of advisors, social welfare lawyers, and so a big question there really also we're also addressing about the next generation. So we're all very much committed to collaboration and the case for collaboration because we're a diverse sector, but we need to work more closely together.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all the panellists and for sticking to their time. That brings us to the end of the morning session and lunch. Lunch takes place where coffee took place, there. And please note first that it is only 40 minutes, so quite a short time. Please do make sure that you network with all those people. I was very struck by the people who have been on the stage have spoken about how their success comes from the cascade or the sharing of their information. Please give them the opportunity to share more. And after lunch, there are more breakout sessions. The big screen will tell you where those are if you don't have the program, but it's also in the program. And with that, we're done.
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you very much for choosing this session. And we're going to start, if we may, by an introduction, a brief introduction from Judith Turner, who is an ombudsman in various capacities. And then after that, we'll have a discussion across the room and online. And then at the end, Sue is going to try and collate the content in a way that I hope will meet with your approval, because she'll then feed that back into the plenary session. So first of all, Judith.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Okay, so my name's Judith Turner. I'm Deputy Chief Ombudsman at a number of schemes that do consumer disputes, consumer business disputes, including furniture and home improvement and rail. But if anybody has any difficulties getting home, just kind of remember that. Don't bring them to me in the break. So we've been given 2 questions to consider in this session. Are there best practice examples of how education is improving understanding in the civil justice system? And are there opportunities for greater collaboration to further public understanding? So I'm just going to set the scene, if I may, drawing on my experiences in the ombudsman world, and in particular that kind of consumer ADR sector. And I think most ombudsman schemes would say that they had good information on their websites and other channels, use other channels in order to inform people how to use their services. But I think we can probably hold our hands up and say that there is an information gap, and we still face into lots of public misconceptions. So looking at drawing on that as to how we can improve things so that people understand what to expect. I've got 2 examples that I'm going to kick things off with about how the Rail Ombudsman has tried to help in terms of some kind of public legal knowledge. And then we'll talk about the issue more broadly. The first one was an initiative called the Young Person's Train Guide, where we identified pretty early on in the establishment of the scheme, we've only been going since 2018, that young people don't really know anything about bylaws and what the obligations are on them using the transport network. And let's face it, it's not necessarily presented in a way that's going to draw their attention or make them want to get on board with that sort of information. So we were looking at ways to make that accessible, because actually some serious things can flow out of that, including kids who've got the wrong ticket or haven't got a ticket going and hiding in the toilet or putting themselves in, potentially in dangerous situations. So there were some bigger implications about that as well. And we had some success with that. It's been picked up by a couple of schools, particularly up in Merseyside, as part of their PHSE curriculum. So how to land that information, make young people aware of their obligations. It had success in a particular geographical area because the operator up there kind of got on board with it and used their contacts. So it starts leaning me into a little bit, a good example potentially, and collaboration there to kind of bring it to some sort of fruition and get the output. The second initiative that I'm going to talk to you about is in flight. Nothing out there yet, but it's something that we're working on from a Rail Ombudsman perspective with the Independent Football Ombudsman, level playing field, bus users, who are another ADR body that deal with complaints about buses, the football authorities, and users, fans, who disabled fans getting to football matches using the public transport networks. So again, that's a piece of initiative that does have a public legal education element to it, in that part of that will look at rights and remedies. So again, you can see there the collaboration that is required to bring something like that into the public domain, and then looking at hopefully something that we will get on to talk to shortly, channels. What are the best ways to land these initiatives so that people are aware of their rights, are aware of what support is out there to help them. So that was 2 examples where communities have come together really to help solve a problem or an information gap, a knowledge gap. I still, though, spend a lot of my time explaining what an ombudsman is. And we have looked, with my other hat as chair of the policy network at the Ombudsman Association, as to how to solve that particular problem. So at the moment, we are working on a document to help do that, to explain the differences between the different schemes, how they can help, and crucially, to try to get people to the right place at the right time. Seems simple. It's been harder than you would imagine. So this is where I'm going to turn it over to the floor to talk about the 2 questions that we've got to talk about there. Best practice examples, opportunities for collaboration to increase understanding, and crucially, what are the best channels to land these messages once we've decided what the messages are.
That's brilliant, Judith. Thanks very much. How many in the room knew there was an independent football ombudsman? Okay, well that's 2. So I wonder how we're doing in this progress on education and public understanding. Judith, thanks so much for opening it up in just that way. The first area that we're asked to concentrate on then are best practice examples of how education is improving public understanding of the justice system, civil justice. What are the examples of where it's working? It can be tough, as Judith indicated. Who would like to bring an example in of where it's working? Where is PLE working? Colin. Oh, thanks so much for the mic.
Thanks, Laura, and thank you, Robin. Well, the example, I'm Colin Burse, I'm the Deputy Head of Civil Justice. You may have noticed I've been on the podium a bit. The example I wanted to mention is work that's done in the Rolls building, which is where the business, as you know, of course, Robin, the business and property courts sit. And it has an education trust. And what they do is bring, I never get the right expression, schools which I think it's either they're socially disadvantaged or whatever the right, I can't remember. It used to be free school meals. I know that's not the right metric anymore, but students from schools which are not the place where you normally find people who become lawyers, they come in and they have a program which we've developed over a number of years. They spend most of the day in the building. They meet a High Court judge and have a Q&A session. They do a mock trial, which is, there's 3 or 4 different mock trials, which we've put a lot of time and effort into making them interesting but fun. One is about a patent case about iPads and things like that, but they're not all that. There's all sorts of things. And it actually works incredibly well. The problem, and I'd be delighted to hear anyone with an answer, is how to scale it. Because it's a fantastic program, but the reality is that we can probably get 1 or 2 schools. Well, it's more than 2 a year. It's more like maybe 5 or 6 a year, but that's the most. And there's obviously vastly more people, students who could come, but these are sixth formers who often have got no knowledge at all of the civil justice system, and I think in terms of improving public understanding of that, it achieves a lot.
Many thanks. Victoria.
Yeah, until last year, I was on the board of a charity called Young Citizens. I don't think there's anyone from here today, but the focus of that charity is to improve, obviously, citizenship education in schools, and that includes running a number of projects, including a mock trials project and it's experts in schools, and providing packs for teachers to be able to deliver education around the judicial system and government and so on in schools. So it's a really useful example. And I'd also just want to make a plug for legal universities who are providing public legal education in street law. But I would, and there's many representatives of that today, but I would also say that from my perspective, it could be a lot more strategic working, of a lot more collaborative. So in fact, I run a network of employment lawyers, and one of the things I've been doing at the moment is asking anyone who's delivering any kind of employment public legal education in any shape or form, but either online or in person, to fill in a survey so that we can actually work out who's doing what and where. So then because we have some ideas as a sector of what we think people need to know, and we'd like to kind of work with all those partners and kind of create some more strategic, and so we can start to, sort of to notice what outcomes that are actually coming from that work, as opposed to it being a very useful exercise for students or whatever, but to actually really see that there's kind of some systemic change in understanding of the law.
Thank you. So we've got some topics to turn to, scaling and strategy, but let's get a few more existing examples that are working in, shall we? Tony, over here.
Thank you. Tony Guys, Disputes e-filing. As to whether it's working, I can't say, but one channel that should be pursued is the position portrayed in mass media, for example, soaps, so Coronation Street and so on, of the role of mediation. It has featured in these programs before, and Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, has also worked with mass media successfully, I believe, in raising the profile of mediation. Society of Mediators of Ireland has done this using local radio stations. So I think these channels also need to be addressed.
Very valuable example. Thank you. Amanda, did you want to come in?
Yes. Amanda Pitney, Law for Life. I've already spoken briefly about the housing rights courses that Law for Life has been running over the pandemic. And those have been fascinating. They've been for community grassroots workers, trusted intermediaries, but also Ministry of Justice funded us to do some short courses for especially social prescribers in the NHS. And what we found was that social prescribers were seeing people with housing cases several times a week, and skilling them up to understand people's most basic housing rights, the most common problems, and giving them the skills and confidence and the knowledge to tackle them made the most enormous difference. And so we've been largely funded by Trust for London. We've also had some funding from the Bar Standards Board and from MOJ. The problem is constant, it's scaling. But also the problems we learn about on those courses get fed back into our guides, so they're kept constantly up to date.
Amanda, social prescribers, give us a
Yes.
few examples of who you class as a social prescriber.
Okay, well, social prescribers are a new NHS invention. They're called social prescribing link workers. The NHS has recognised that many people who come into health settings have got problems which are not at root health problems, but they're affected by the social determinants of ill health. So these can be housing, poor employment, uncertain income, welfare benefits comes under that. Also things like loneliness, domestic violence, a whole host of things. Doctors are not well equipped to tackle those problems. They will usually be asked for tranquilizers or sleeping tablets, or they may be seeing what the health service calls frequent flyers, people who are turning up week by week. Social prescribers are taking that burden off doctors and trying to resolve those problems. Some of them are extremely prosaic, some of them are very, very deeply seated, but there's now an enormous army of social prescribers right across the country. Greenwich, where I live, has a very well-developed network which works closely with the Charlton Athletic Community Trust and also with all the third sector organisations in Greenwich, to which they have to refer them. So it's another source of people coming to advice agencies.
Many thanks. Many thanks indeed, Amanda. There and then right at the back.
Hello, Andy Younger from London South Bank University. On the topic of scaling, and sort of referring back to the comment earlier about a generation who look at images rather than words, I'm quite interested in the use of games for public legal education. It seems to me that it can be quite engaging. And there's an example I think that you can download called Represent, but with a capital P. And it's a game for people who are going to court on their own, American jurisdictions. But instead of it being a leaflet, it's a little game, and it teaches you perhaps that it might be wrong to say, hey dude, to the judge and things like this. It's quite simple and it's quite basic, but it's very engaging. And once you've built your game, it's available for all of the social prescribers, it's available for everybody, it's available in schools. And looking at my own university, I think that if you wanted to develop a project like that, you would find the courses that teach game design might be quite enthusiastic about having real projects for their students to work on rather than made-up projects. So it's just the germ of an idea.
Thank you very much. And right at the back.
Hi, yes, Sarah Stevens from the Access to Justice Foundation. So actually just in my other job, I'm a researcher in technology and access to justice. And just building on what the gentleman before me was going to say, we've been looking at gamification of legal education and trying to work with the tools that young people use, which is games, computer games, and using that as a forum to help young people know and understand their rights.
Well, many, many thanks. Well, there's some good examples in practice or just on the horizon, but the underlying points that have been raised are how to scale and also how to be strategic. And can I also suggest, probably came through from some of the contributions, some of these are focused on the system, like courts, and some of these are focused on the rights, a division that we heard about this morning. So perhaps keep that in mind as we turn to these subjects. I wondered if I could start with Sue, who, as a professor in a university at Exeter, a thriving group of students ready for action, but how do you deal with scale and strategy at the moment, Sue, and where would you take it next if you had the chance?
Yeah, I think law clinics are obviously a great model of enabling students to be able to make a difference within a community, and I think most university law schools now will have a form of law clinic. I think the frustration or the issue that we have in that way of organising ourselves is that, especially somewhere like Exeter, where we're in a very rural environment, we cannot solve everybody's legal problems, and the amount of unmet legal need that is there cannot be dealt with even at the tip of the iceberg by students. So I suppose I'm interested to think about the blockers there and how we might enable better relationships with our community. And I think, there is more of an onus now on universities to move away from town and gown image and have real links with their communities. So using that impetus from the central university to say, how can we have better links with our community to enable the community itself? And I think some of the projects we're hearing about here will do that enabling. And I'm interested, if there are other universities here that have law clinics or are interested in that idea about how does the law clinic of the future develop itself? How do we move forward on that sort of community development in a way that means we can have that network concept? I'd be very interested in hearing from you, because I think that in pockets, as we've discussed, there are ways of doing things, but how do we roll out good practice, and how do we make that happen more widely across the whole of the area that where we're trying to reach people?
And thank you, Sue. With that in mind, can I invite another contribution or two from those at universities or further education establishments or law schools for their experience on PLE, engaging further with the community? Victoria, yeah, and then... Sure.
I was running the Pro Bono Centre at BPP for 13 years, so ran several clinics and street law programmes as part of that. And I think actually at the beginning there were not many universities doing it, and now I think it's, as you say, it's almost everyone. And there are some organisations that bring all of those people together, like the IJCLE, which is very much focused on the sort of learning outcomes for the students of delivering clinic opportunities. And there's also a street law meeting every year for the universities where they all come together and talk about sort of good practice in street law and how they can make that part of the curriculum in some instances. But I still, like having stepped away from the university sector and now looking at like how you actually running a network of advice providers, I feel like there's a little bit of a link sometimes missing in terms of the going into work, like for example, working on a specific issue in the sector and bringing in a number of universities to do something about it. One of the things that we did when we were at BPP is work with a number of different universities on one specific project, and that was going into employment tribunals to deliver public legal education to litigants in person on what would happen when they arrive at a tribunal. And we worked with a lot of the judges, the regional employment judges, to do that. And there was, I think it was like collaboration with about maybe 7 universities that did that. So there are some really good examples, and I think, you know, it's making sure that everybody knows that they exist, and how you go about doing that is really a bit more of a challenge, because there's not one sort of organisation that leads it. But there are some groups, and if you don't know them, I can introduce you to them.
Before you lose the microphone, Victoria, what would thanks for that example with employment tribunals. How would you answer Colin's point about scaling the roles education work? Is there a way of doing that by engaging universities?
So in terms of the mock trials, is that the specific?
In terms of the engagement that Colin described that they had with visiting young people. Thanks.
What I was thinking, which is really a slight twist on Robin's question, but listening to what you were saying, you were mentioning obviously working with local judges and tribunal judges. I think the question that's been in my mind for a minute or two is, what can the courts do to help all of the agencies that you've been talking? Because there is still a court network around the whole country, more or less. And I'm sure there are judges that you work with, but I bet you there are lots of other judges that you don't see who would be keen to help if they knew. And so at a central level, wearing my central court hat, what can we do to help?
Well, there's many answers to that, Robin, which could take over the day, but perhaps we could speak after, because I think like there's lots of many good examples, including, you know, we've got as part of our network now, we've got a group of retired judges who are doing a lot of the advocacy for us. So they go to sort of judges' meetings and they tell them about the projects that they're involved with our network, and they are like the best advocates of what we're doing and how they can be involved, because they're, you know, and I meet with them every 6 weeks, and then we have meetings to talk about different things that they're doing. So that's one way, but perhaps we can talk about others.
I mean, there's a two-way street there, aren't there? How can the judges help the universities, for example, and how can the universities help the judges extend their contribution? Yes, please.
I think that there has been quite a big change within the universities, as you were saying. And I think if I look at my law school and the law schools that I know, there's quite an appetite to expand clinic. And in a way, the problem is, where is the workflow, and is it a workflow that's reliable and appropriate? And I think the law schools can be quite useful partners in creating referral networks. And so and often what the law schools can do, you could categorize really as information rather than advice. So it comes into the idea of public legal education. So we've got a project with a local anti-racism charity called the Monitoring Group, and we've built them a little tool for online requests for help, and what they're worried is that they will now have more work than they can handle. So we've been trying to help them set up a national referral network, and that only works if there are people like the law clinics who can take, in a way, the unpaid basic information, the triage work, and then we find that there are law firms who will step in pro bono.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask a question, and then we'll move the conversation around, but I'd particularly like to keep the focus on education and understanding rather than the actual provision of help. And it's that sense, I think, that Sue was referring to clinics. But can I ask this question? Does your university, I think South Bank you mentioned, does it take part in the RJCLE or the annual street law meeting for universities?
We have done. We were a bit disrupted by COVID, but we've just recently created a a module for public legal education. It used to be run by the Student Law Society, and we've now given it a home on the course. And in terms of assisting that, I think we like to go into schools, but it can be very difficult to get into schools, and you've got to get in the right place at the right time. I don't know whether there could be any liaison between the courts and the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Education to sort of negotiate at a national level a space in the curriculum where it would be very useful to have law students, universities and lawyers coming in, because the syllabus is so crowded now.
Thank you very much. There was a gentleman who's now looking at his mobile phone. Did you want to come in? Take the mic. Looking at a mobile phone is a credit, nothing else.
And it also means that people tweet or actually put it on social media, which is a scalable mechanism. So my question is, who actually has a YouTube channel or something that exponentiate, rather than any universities that have a very small scale? Most of the time it reaches 20, 30 against a YouTube channel that is usually more important and relevant than thousands or tens of thousands of academics altogether.
Thanks. And you're
from Oxford and Cambridge, but we don't really understand a lot of technology otherwise. Thank you. So I do have a YouTube channel, and I'm active on social media. I'm at Julia Alexa, by the way, if anyone is in there.
Fantastic.
So thank you.
Thank you very, very much. So how can universities or others help the judges to contribute more, or how can the judges help those already involved in PLE to do more? Sue, any thoughts about that relationship?
Yeah, we had a law clinic at one point that was based in the court, and so a closer relationship with the judges. And we used to run some workshops in the court for court users. And also I think students were able to be in the court and help people navigate around the building. And I think Support for Court came in and was doing a lot of that work, but they've had a lot of their funding cut. And so I think that's sort of, thinking about those, I think the networks is absolutely the key, is how do we join all of these things together and work on the agenda to make a difference, and what is that difference going to be, rather than we're all trying to do everything but separately. So is there something that we could do together that actually has a profound change, and whether that's visiting the roles building or enabling students to talk to judges virtually in the court, or finding other means of addressing particular issues using gamification, for example.
Thank you very much, Sue. Gentleman there, and then the gentleman behind him.
Thank you. I'm Donald Gallagher. I'm the Chief Executive of the Ombudsman Association, which is why I was one of the only people in the room who you know as an independent football ombudsman. But I'm also a member of the Administrative Justice Council with some other colleagues as well. We've literally just started a project where we are looking at public education and what we can do around that. So don't have best practice yet, but I thought just to share some of the things that we're initially thinking about. And Robin, you were saying about the difference between focusing on systems and rights. At the moment, we're very much leaning towards focusing on rights. So pulling it much broader, so I know we're talking very much about how can the courts engage with universities and others, but it's acknowledging the fact that for many people, the right place to go might be to the Housing Ombudsman, the Equality and Human Rights Commission, the Information Commissioner's Office. So to pull it much, much broader, just very quickly, our colleague who was talking about social media, some of the things that we have been looking at, absolutely, and the Minister said it this morning as well. I think Christian Weaver's The Law in 60 Seconds, the videos that he does on YouTube are very popular as well. So we're trying to look at what can we do to kind of collaborate around that area. A few of the initial ideas that have been mentioned, going back to what Judith said, trying to engage with the PSHE teachers. It's going to be very difficult to get any changes to curriculum, but can we provide resources that can be used there, in the Scouts Association, Girl Guides, wherever it might be, and trying to play on those networks that are already there. But as I say, looking much broader than just very specific sectorial points.
Many thanks, Donald. And the gentleman behind you.
Masood Ahmed, University of Leicester.
I just wanted to give some examples from some of the work that we're doing at the University of Leicester in terms of the law clinic and how we went about building that. One of the things that we're doing...
Can I ask that we focus in on the PLE piece?
Yeah,
of what
yeah.
You're doing?
So the PLE part, I mean, in terms of just the curriculum itself in the first year, what we've done is we've integrated a lot of education around civil justice and the civil justice system and the court structure and alternative dispute resolution as well. But the other thing we try to do in terms of raising awareness amongst the students and also other academics is to get judges in to come and speak to us, to come and speak to the students, especially the first years, who will have no idea of the court structure and what judges essentially do, and to come and speak to them and to actually have a Q&A session with them and having that integrated within the curriculum. And that's worked really, really well for us because students go on to then engage with the legal clinic and pro bono and make a positive contribution.
Thank you very much. I mean, yes, please.
Thanks, Robin. Simon Davey, currently Head of Digital Transformation at Legal Education Foundation and Trustee of Law for Life, but I spent 20 years as a consultant. I'd like to build on what Sue and others have said about a framework, if that's okay. I think we need clarity of intention when we're talking about education, because education is a really, really big, scopy word. I think we need key messages, and it's what people need to hear to cause behaviour change, not just what we want to say, and there are often two very, very mixed points. We need a huge diversity of channels because different people access things in different ways, whether it's reading, gamification, social media, whatever, and the mediums around that. We need to decide what education we need at what point of the funnel for who. We need resources to repeat and reinforce, because if you say something once, nobody will remember it. If you say something 7 times, there's a chance they will. And we need to decide who are amplifiers and, God forbid, influences. And I was going to make a joke about sending Dom Raab into the I'm a Celebrity jungle next year to talk about PLE, but maybe not. And I think that sort of framework and building on that and using different expertise and different reach from different groups will definitely help. But the thing that slightly frustrated me about the access to justice sector in the last 6 years that I've been closely involved in it is sometimes we can be a bit of an echo chamber talking to ourselves, and it's how we reach out and use those amplifiers and influences to get out to the people who really need it. Thank you.
Do you have, in a sentence, an answer to your last point?
No.
Well, let's see if there are in the room. Just in front of you, one person in front of you is Emma from HMCTS. And I was wondering, Emma, Simon has called for really clear messages, which I know is your specialism. Is there a role for HMCTS here in helping refine the messages that will lock most across the community?
Well, thank you for the plug for our work, Robin. Very grateful. But yes, I fully agree that there is a need for clear, simple messaging. And what I would say is our work is predominantly focused on kind of the vulnerable defendants for that work. But I'm going to throw it back to a question to you, I'm afraid, or a question to the room. That for me, there's 2 different levels of education that we're looking at. There's general population education of knowing around the civil justice system, and then there's people involved in the system who need to understand the system as they're in it. And that is the point where that clear, simple messaging comes in. And it is the diversity of channels, but it's also how do we get those people to engage when they're potentially in quite a vulnerable situation where they don't see the benefit of engaging and reaching out for that support or don't understand that. I'm not entirely sure I answered your question. I think I might have asked more, so please feel free to clarify.
But I think your answer was better than the question. And there's a lady over there. Thanks.
Hi, my name's Rose. I'm a user researcher at the National Archives. I'm working on the Find Case Law service. And I guess education, from my point of view, is really looking at what people need to know at the point that they are trying to access a judgment in our most recent examples. So people are surprised that judgment mentions another case. people don't know where the decision is on the judgment. So it'd be really helpful for us, for example, if there was a what's the judgment look like, and how do you navigate these technical formal documents when you don't have technical formal training. I think that would be hugely beneficial for people for looking for relevant information within cases, whether or not they're going to court. And yeah, there are further examples, but one of the design challenges that we're trying to work on at the moment is how do you communicate the hierarchy of the courts in a filter box selection. So that's an example of how we might do informal education and rely on other people's resources.
Thank you. Within many of the contributions that have looked at the scale and strategy issues, has been an underlying text about coordination or the risk that work is being done by lots of organisations individually or in their area. And I wonder what the possibilities for coordination are. If I look first of all to Judith, I mean, what's the chances of the ombudsman sector as a whole explaining what an ombudsman is and also the relevance to ordinary people's lives?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the piece of work that we are looking to pull together at the moment to bridge the gap. I think as I started to speak at the beginning of this session, the information is out there, but pulling it all together so it's all there so that people can get to it easily, get to the right place at the right time, and to be able to then communicate that not only to the advice providers, those working within the communities, so that they can in turn have a good understanding and knowledge of what they're doing. We had some feedback from the Equality Advisory Service earlier on in the year. They attended one of the policy network meetings, and they said it's okay us understanding about jurisdiction and understanding about about what you do, but we need to be able to know when to signpost people, when to get them there, because otherwise we're just causing more frustration. So it's having that information, and again, it's probably two layers of information going to the last point, that you've got information for the individuals to pick up from a public legal education perspective, but then you've got those who advise the public who need that knowledge as well.
I mean, what's the chance between you and Donald stepping out of this meeting and having another meeting with others in the ombudsman sector for a collective piece of work here, either for direct access by members of the public, or to put in the hands of those who will come across the public first in an area where rights are engaged?
I guess that doesn't guarantee success. So Judith mentioned about the fact that she chairs a policy network. We've actually got a meeting of that group within the next couple of weeks. On the agenda is exactly that work that she's talking about. So we want to take it forward. We want to do our best, but it is that point, the challenges from within the room of how do we then communicate that? Of course, we can share that with colleagues in the advice and advocacy sector, but how do we push it out to the generation we've already talked about who are engaging through TikTok and YouTube?
I'm definitely seeing a game.
Or a dance.
Excellent. And if I took the same question over to the university sector, Sue, what's the chances, with a few of the contributions in the room, what's the chances of the universities putting their heads together further beyond the two ways that Victoria mentioned, but deliberately to create further PLE pieces or strategies that could be used by all universities?
Well, I'd very much like to start that process. Perhaps, if people in the room were interested in us, getting together and having a discussion about that. I mean, I definitely see there's a difference between, there's two sort of theories. There's the idea of the rebellious lawyer, which is that idea of disrupting, which I think we're talking about in some of the innovation points that we've been making. And then the sort of the regnant lawyer who just sort of parachutes in and just says, I know all the answers, come and see me and I'll give you advice. And I think we are moving from that idea in universities of being the people with the answers potentially, or being able to give advice, to maybe being the ones who can suggest the disruption or the gamification, and to use students in a more entrepreneurial way to create a difference rather than just reproducing the lawyers of the past. And I think it's that disruption that I'd be interested if anyone's keen to be a part of, in how we can create this together and maybe give ideas that drive forward momentum. That's what I'd be really interested in.
Very good. Simon.
Thanks, Robin. I think I can now answer your question, having had a minute or two to think about it. The power of weak ties. So rather than tell the people we know well, tell the people we don't know well. Those might be the trusted intermediaries, which Amanda has talked about this morning. They tell someone else in the community, they tell their nephew, niece, grandmother, who ends up telling someone in the local co-op. That's how we get educational messages to spread. As Emma said, it's a question of kind of general public and the support that you need in the moment, but I think weak ties is how we get things to spread.
Thanks. Last question before I hand over to Sue to just give us a sight of what she might relay to the full plenary session. The last question takes the contributions we've had just in the last few minutes. Assume from the ombudsman world there was a very accessible product that really would make a difference to the general public's understanding of what ombudsmen were and what they could do and when to use them. Assume that emerged. Assume also that universities gathered together with a readiness to offer their troops, vast amounts of students, to help raise understanding and education within their communities. In very brief terms, who could help get that information out? Sir.
Margaret Hagan mentioned a very interesting project to create an artificial intelligence tool that monitored chat forums. And so when people were talking to themselves, I've got a problem with this, what can I do about it? And someone saying, well, I know a man down the pub who will fix it for you for only 100 quid. The artificial intelligence would type a message and say, actually, this would be a very good source of help for what you want.
Thank you.
I thought that was very interesting.
Thank you. Other channels known to people in this room to get good information out to the public? Yes, please.
Hi, I work at the Bureau of Investigative Journalism, and I immediately think there is a role for engaging more proactively with journalists and reporters, especially local reporters. And I know there's a hesitancy and lots of difficulties in that area among certain sectors in the judiciary and the legal profession. But, most people consume their information through either local newspapers or articles on Facebook, articles on social media. And the developing of the understanding of journalists of the system and the rights and the opportunities for help is really important, I would suggest.
Thank you very much. Victoria?
Yeah, in the communities that we're seeing, we assume that they're going to things like Facebook and all these, the things that I know. So my experience of using social media, which is not great. But when I talk to the people within our network, they mentioned to me these other platforms that I didn't even know existed. So particularly with sort of very vulnerable migrant workers, often subject to lots of exploitation and living and working in particularly difficult circumstances, they're using their own networks, and we need to take that correct information there and not just put it where we think everybody uses it. That's the most important thing, is to go where they're accessing information, and the best people to ask about that are the frontline advice organisations working in specific communities.
Thank you very much. Yeah. One last point from Emma, then over for 2 minutes to Sue.
I'll make it very brief. I think there's a role to play for a diverse channel, so all the digital means, but I wouldn't lose sight of the trusted leaders in the local community. I think they're a very good way to get a message out. I'm afraid I don't have a clear answer for who those trusted local members are, but it would depend on the community. But I think word of mouth shouldn't be underestimated when it comes to things like this, as well as the digital channels and things like that.
Yeah. Rather takes one back to the point that Colin was making earlier. There's when you see the sort of face-to-face interest and engagement when, for example, people come into the courtroom to hear about these things, it's very inspiring. Sue.
Okay, so I've tried to sum up. I'll do my best. I think it was a really amazing and lively discussion, and thank you, everybody. I've got, we talked about demystifying rights and rights education, innovation, gamification around that. I think there's also something in there that we discussed about cross-institutional innovation and this social work in health environments that we heard about. How do we generally educate the public and the most vulnerable, that we need to make sure we're not just speaking into an echo chamber, using journalists, social media, new platforms, go where the users are, community grassroots. And finally, I'd like to just say to Tony that Coronation Street is currently running a story on restorative justice, but I'm not seeing any links at the moment with the restorative justice community. So I think we can get things out there in various pockets, but it's how do we join things up and make sure that when things are happening in the wider environment that we're picking up on it.
Well, if Sue relays that diversity of idea and mention of the possible ombudsman and university initiative, are we happy for that to go into the plenary session? It looks as though that's no negatives. Thank you very much to the stars, everyone in the room, plus Judith, plus Sue. And that's the end of this session.
No. It's Friday. Right. Good afternoon. I'm afraid we don't have all that much time, so I'm going to get started, even though I think we're waiting for some people to return from the breakouts. Good afternoon. I am Lee Shelmerdine. I'm the Deputy Secretary to the Civil Justice Council. This is actually my 4th National Forum now, and but my first time on the stage, so I'm a little bit nervous. This session, now we've got 20 minutes, and we're going to hear from rapporteurs from the breakout sessions. They're going to give us in 2 minutes a whistle-stop tour of what was discussed. Obviously, you wouldn't have been able to participate in all of them, so it's to sort of make the links between the different topics that we've been discussing today. The morning breakout sessions this morning were to cover topics that the Civil Justice Council is already working on, and this afternoon, the sessions that you've just been in were topics, maybe food for thought for the Council in the future, or seeing if there's a need for further work. I'm going to, I've got my first 4 rapporteurs on stage at the moment, and then we'll do a changeover halfway through to hear from the other rapporteurs from this afternoon. And I'm going to ask Dominic to begin, if you don't mind, to introduce yourself and tell us about what you were talking about with costs this morning.
Sure. Thank you. I'm Dominic Regan, a solicitor who doesn't practice but does sort of talk a lot and scribble a bit. Anyway, the luxury of our get-together, there are nearly as many judges as there were civilians, so that's interesting. Anyway, looking at the consultation paper that closed, but incidentally has now reopened until, I believe, the 15th of December to take account of Bellamy, which we'll come back to. First matter on the agenda, and know from Lord Justice Burrs that there were 96 responses to the summer consultation on costs, which I suspect probably generated at least 97 opinions. Anyway, on budgeting, I think the sense is that it is going to stay. Wildly divergent views as to what matters it should or should not apply to. Should we have opt-in, opt-out? At what level should budgeting cease to operate? What level should it kick in at? But the sense is that budgeting will be preserved, but I believe, again, a strong sense that it needs a radical overhaul. So we have that. Guideline hourly rates, really 2 major matters. One, how do we ensure that they remain up to date and that the figures just don't lag as they did after 2010? And the other point, of course, is whether, so index linking them perhaps, but to what? And the other point is the very premise upon which guideline hourly rates predicated now obsolete. The sense of people working at an address in an office, has that gone? So that's an intriguing challenge. And then coming back to Bellamy and the sense that the distinction between contentious, non-contentious work, what should be done about that? An eminently sensible suggestion, I thought, from His Honour Judge Bird, about whether perhaps we might have a pilot scheme for housing, injury, and in that regime we would treat claims as being cost-bearing from the commencement of the claim in terms of notification rather than the formal issue of the claim. So plenty there to consider. And just a final personal thought, I thought the consultation paper, and I've read a few, was the finest I've ever seen. So succinct, so relevant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll go to determining mental capacity breakout session. If you'd like to introduce yourself, thank you.
Yes, I'm Victoria MacLeod. I'm a master in the King's Bench division, as it now is. Well, thanks for inviting me to be the raconteur, as I prefer to call it, for this session. We had a very energised session, and we could have gone on for hours. I thought it was a very, very, very helpful, positive session, and I think many of us will look forward to engaging with working groups and roundtables in due course. Areas that came up, well, we kicked off with the question of the difficult situation where you have a litigant who's borderline crossing the line into a lack of capacity, where you do need some sort of assessment. Perhaps someone has had some sort of traumatic experience, been involved in the Grenfell fire or whatever. And the sheer contrast there is between the ordinary civil jurisdiction, where a judge just can't order a medical report at the click of his or her fingers, and the COP called a protection domain, where there's the power, Section 49 power, to just order a report and get one at the drop of a hat, and that sort of asymmetry and the problems that can cause. That led us into the question of really what the proper role of the judge is in a situation where you doubt capacity. The opponent in the case perhaps finds professional difficulties in terms of raising points that party might want to make, or indeed raising possible defences for which that person's capacity needs to be assessed in terms of their ability on an issue-specific basis, and how we can enable assessment of that specific capacity. Solutions that came up were interim declarations of a lack of capacity to enable the OS in principle to come along and be involved. But the problem that always arises both with that and with just inviting the OS in, and an issue that we spent quite a bit of time talking about, was the costs of that, and how the OS won't act unless they're either paid or they have some security for how they're going to get paid, and indeed protection in costs against any adverse cost orders. You know, stories were discussed about situations where you can come up against the rock and hard place of being left thinking, well, surely this can't be what's intended, leaving someone with a case that they are facing not being able to pursue because they lack capacity, but not being able to get help with that. The question of the court possibly ordering the OS, or ordering a party to fund the other party, came up under Rule 3.1 brackets 2M. Bradbury and Peterson was a case that was helpfully cited by someone, although I gather it's rarely used. Rob Knowles told me it hardly ever comes up. I've certainly not encountered it. There was a suggestion of possibly a rule change to deal with the problem of a lack of cost protection for the OS, and that maybe that ought to be put on a rule-based footing so that the OS at least doesn't face that issue, possibly in the public interest, that it would serve the public interest to have that degree of protection. And indeed, query was raised as to whether the current system actually discriminates, whether it is actually compatible with the Convention and the Equality Acts, if in fact it contains these lacunae where you can have a person who lacks capacity but who is stuck for lack of the ability to get someone like the OS to come along, or whether court can't impose some sort of report on them. Legal aid came up. And I think the sense I got was a measure of support for improvements to legal aid to allow the court to grant legal aid if that's the only way to secure justice, at least as far as getting someone assessed, and possibly appointment of someone who can manage their assets, if they have the assets, such that they would fail the means test, but to enable the case to go forward, so possibly a modification to legal aid. As we exited the session, the question of enforcement came up, which is a separate head that I had asked to be added to the agenda, because what had come up at the Court Users Association conference recently was a lack of consistency about those enforcing judgments and orders, so bailiffs, High Court enforcement officers, in terms of how they assess vulnerability, as it were, on the doorstep, and a great deal of variability in how that's approached. An idea that I've been bouncing around, we discussed very briefly, which is to have a standardised vulnerability tool that could be baselined using psychometrics and done on a nationwide basis, so that we can get some consistency both in terms of vulnerability of debtors and indeed sometimes creditors too, so as to potentially roll that out. That's a very whistle-stop tour of what was actually a very interesting and detailed session, and much scope for future engagement on that. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Now we'll turn to navigating the future with Fiona. Thank you.
Thank you. So it was a really wide-ranging conversation, so I'll try and do it justice. We started by saying that we need a vision and need to be visionary in that, and in that recognise the difference between automation, that is to say digitising what already exists within the system, which is really what's probably been happening over the last 50 years or so, and secondly the game changers, which are perhaps the examples of innovation where tech has been used to allow us to do things that just aren't possible now. We also need to work out how to deliver this vision, as well as being cognizant of where the system is now. And it's really, and those are all really parts of the work streams that the Futures Group that the MR mentioned at the beginning of the conference are considering. We need to be mindful that our understanding and importance of building systems for people, particularly for those that are not lawyers, and the need to be really careful about or thinking about using design thinking, as well as building evidence and using data far more effectively to both support the design and development of any future services, and to, of course, measure and evaluate that they're doing what we think they ought to do. We also need to be mindful, though, that for major innovation, we need to do a lot more to understand user needs and to avoid what I'll describe as the faster horses syndrome, which arises from Henry Ford of US American car fame. And his point about what people wanted before the car was invented in order to get from A to B faster, and the answer being faster horses rather than the car. We talked about the role of universities and law schools in broadening the roles required in a future justice system beyond those of well-paid commercial lawyers and even beyond welfare legal aid lawyers and other legal aid lawyers, to help towards a variety of disciplines that may well be required to really deliver a people-centred justice system. And we talked about the need to ensure that we avoid empowering the powerful even more and further disenfranchising the rest. The metaverse was raised, as was the question about the need for new types of regulation and the importance of piloting and experimenting as we go. A point was well made about the range of design work that had already taken place and could be ready to be piloted or even implemented, including civil justice decision trees, but there was some concern that the state may not be able to do this either through fiscal constraint or for other reasons. And we finished by talking about whether we could encourage local communities to come together and create a small number of systems with a view to trying to support many people with a wide range of civil justice problems.
Thank you very much. And finally now, resolving disputes.
Masood Ahmed, University of Leicester. We had quite an interesting session here. We were talking about the role of dispute resolution. There was generally a consensus that it was a good idea to drop the A part of alternative dispute resolution. Dispute resolution should be seen in its widest sense, integrated within the civil court process. We looked at the issue of encouraging parties to engage with dispute resolution, and there were a number of options we discussed. First of all, the obvious one, making it mandatory, has been very controversial in the past, but we've had this CJC report last year which looked into the legality of compulsory mediation, and we know from that it wouldn't undermine Article 6 rights, and there was this issue about making sure we have enough resources in place in order to have a form of compulsory mediation. But there is also the ongoing MOJ consultation on this, so we're going to wait for that and see what comes out of that. Other forms of encouragement, another idea was to encourage through financial incentives, i.e. get more resources, essentially, to promote ADR, to promote dispute resolution earlier on in the process. Another interesting option was to promote BTE insurance and try to link that with funding dispute resolution later down the process. So that was quite an interesting discussion around that, and that's happening in some parts of Canada. So we can learn from abroad as well. The other issue was education. How do we educate potential litigants on ADR and dispute resolution? Clearly, we need to do this, and it needs to happen very early on in the process so people understand the nature of dispute resolution procedures, how they work, who actually is involved in dispute resolution, in order for them to get a better idea that they can resolve their disputes without having to go through the stress and the finance of going all the way to a trial, as something that Sir Jeffrey Voss mentioned in his opening speech. There was some discussion around mediation and the issue of vulnerability and imbalances of power. How do we deal with that? How do we have safeguards in place so that people are managed properly through the mediation process, but also being informed about what the mediation process is? So that links into education again. There's also a discussion around the different options of dispute resolution, because there seems to be a major focus on mediation, but there was some discussion around the need to make sure that we are providing a range of dispute resolution options to litigants, because mediation may not be the best form of dispute resolution for that particular type of individual or that particular type of dispute. So we need to keep an eye on promoting various types of dispute resolution procedures and in integrating that and signposting within the digital environment as well. We had some really interesting input from employment tribunal judges who were online. Mediation seems to work very successfully there. I mean, they've got success rates of up to 80% in the employment tribunal. But also NHS Resolution provided some data as well, and they tend to focus more on mediation and resolving clinical negligence disputes, and it seems to be a real success there. So it does have high success rates if integrated properly and if managed properly. And I think just generally there's this emphasis on making sure that we are informing litigants, educating litigants from the outset on what we mean by dispute resolution and the various options that are available.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the morning breakout rapporteurs. Thank you so much. Lots of big questions for the CJC's working groups to consider, and from those discussions. Now we'll welcome to the stage people who have been involved in the sessions this afternoon. That's looking at the Litigants in Person network of judges. We'll be discussing advice provision, businesses, borrowers and tenants, and then looking at education and public understanding. We will get started in just a second. Mark, you're up first, if you don't mind, and if you can introduce yourself and tell us quite briefly what you were talking about. I'm afraid we're running rather behind time now. Obviously, so much to discuss.
I'm Mark Dyce. I'm the designated civil judge for Central London and Mayor's Courts. We were discussing the problems that the courts face in allowing or facilitating access to justice for litigants in person. We had two sessions. This morning's session was for identifying the problems. This afternoon was to discuss what potential solutions there may be. We were lucky enough to have had a survey before we came to these meetings today, in which we got the views of lots of different judges, so we had an idea of what was going to be the landscape. And we recognise that litigants in person have varying resources and varying understanding and an ability to understand the system. And someone said this morning that the average reading age is something like 9 years, which really indicates the problems that they face in coming to the courts and tribunals. We had a healthy debate among the courts and tribunal judges in the rooms and online, and there were 5 issues that we came up with. The first is the problems that are created by communications from the courts and tribunals to the litigants in person, not only in the format and the wording of orders and things that went out, but also in the timeliness of notices of hearing and other things that went out long after the events which they related to. We really think that there needs to be some proper projects for standardising the form of wording in orders and notices of hearing, and some central national library from which all judges can draw forms of wording to make orders comprehensible. Secondly, we were troubled by communications coming from litigants in person to the court. Many of us find that our courts are inundated with emails from litigants in person because they can't access the court system. It indicates a problem in the system somewhere, that we are ending up with emails from them when they should be making applications or applying some other way. We don't know the answer to this. We think there needs to be a proper system and that there should be some single point of contact for litigants in person. Thirdly, we recognise that there is a fundamental lack of understanding of law and procedure. We were delighted to hear this morning from all the people who offered free advice to litigants in person. But we also recognise that there's a certain amount of lack of joined up thinking between them. Forgive me for this criticism. We would really like there to be a centralised registry or directory of all the services available so that we can then say to litigants in person, these are the people that you should go to try and access a better understanding. Fourth, this might sound negative, but we're concerned about the misuse of the system, the online system and the help with fees system by a very small minority of litigants who then have the impact of diverting resources from those who deserve them better. And we would like there to be a review of the CRO system and the help with fees system to make sure that the deserving litigants come through the system successfully while we maintain a proportionate balance between the use of resources. And lastly, we looked at the judges to see whether we were failing. Well, we recognise that we were far from perfect, that we use language that isn't appropriate, and that there are skills that we all need to learn. And we're determined that we're going to share best practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now on to advice provision.
Thanks. I'm Jo Otterburn, Deputy Director for Legal Support and Fees Policy in MOJ. So I attended the session on the advice sector, and thanks to Chili Reid from Advice UK and Bex Wilkie from Advocate for chairing. It was a really engaging discussion. We ranged across user and community need and the reality and challenges of delivering advice right now. And the context for the discussion was very much increasing user need at a time of a cost of living crisis. And the call to arms was, to some extent, how can we turn ideas into action quickly? Because the need out there is very real and very immediate. And there was a general acknowledgement that getting to people early before the individual's super crisis develops is absolutely key. Three main aspects I wanted to report back. The opportunity and challenges presented by tech, fragmentation and coverage of the sector, and resources. So on technology, the pandemic accelerated the shift towards blended delivery models, and as we heard earlier in the morning's panel, digital solutions will not be for everyone, but technology can and is being used to support users and organisations in very many ways. But we had a good discussion on how to help people who don't have basic access to computers. And as more services are delivered remotely and online, there being an uptick in the need for help with not only emotional and legal issues, but also digital issues. This led to some very good awareness raising of different schemes, and actually some real-time connections were made between Charlotte Bryce, who's looking to set up a pro bono clinic, and Matthew Adam of We Are Digital. And maybe there's an opportunity here for more coordinated bringing together of organisational needs and organisational solutions. Is there more that we can do to collaborate? But more on that in a moment. A bit like in the Navigating Futures session, the metaverse was also raised, but from the vantage point of the advice sector, a challenge was thrown out, which was that we need to recognise where we are now with tech. And whilst there is innovation and exciting possibilities, also in many aspects, the sector is running up a down escalator to catch up technologically, let alone being able to sort of look ahead. Second, fragmentation of the sector and gaps in coverage. Well, there was an acknowledgement of real pockets of excellence, but how do we move to a more whole person, whole community, holistic approach where it's more joined up and consistently rolled out? How do you guarantee that universality and move away from a sense of potluck in terms of what provision will be available in your area? A reflection was offered that we also have to know where we've come from to know where we're going. We need to understand the history and foundations of the advice sector, which in part sort of explains the degree of fragmentation. But also, it was noted there are some good examples in Wales and Scotland of where they might be overcoming this. And finally, resources. Demand is unmet and growing, and 4 points were raised. First, collaboration. Great attempts to collaborate across the sector on what works, but it can come down to the capacity to engage with it. And a key enabler to this is also resource, because so much of the organisation's headspace is on the day-to-day, and it is hard to commit to the collaboration and future planning. Secondly, on workforce, there's data and evidence being pulled together by the London Legal Advice Trust and the Advice Services Alliance, which indicates we have a demographic time bomb for the advice sector in terms of the talent pipeline. And part of the issue driving this is funding and the fact that it's too short term to retain people and invest in their training and their careers. Third, awareness raising. We heard about an initiative called Mind the Gap being led by Hogan Lovells and Lawworks with the APPG on pro bono. looking at the sorts of issues that are coming up in MPs' advice surgeries. And part of the issue here is public legal education, enabling and supporting both real-time, real-world users, but also their trusted intermediaries, as MPs sometimes are, to spot legal issues. And this goes back, I think, to something Natalie Byram said this morning. Raising awareness of legal rights also helps to commit social welfare, civil and family law in the public's hearts and minds as something that's worthy of resourcing and defending. And then finally, streamlining. And I feel this is very personal to the MOJ, but what can funders do to make it easier, be it on data collection, longevity of funding, and helping organisations to plan? And should there be best practices around the commissioning?
Thank you very much. Now on to Sonia for businesses, borrowers and tenants.
Thanks all. Sonia Fernandez from UK Finance, the Trade Association for the Banking and Finance Sector. I'm thoughtful that as we get towards the end of this session, everyone's probably gasping for a coffee, so I will keep my remarks very brief as it echoes a lot of what has already been covered in some of the other sessions. But we started off with two sort of provocations, one around vulnerability and transitional vulnerability, so people who move in and out of vulnerability that kind of was brought to the front over the experience of the pandemic, which was in some ways consistent for a lot of people, the experience over the pandemic. But as we face into what will be an economic crisis, will look very different for lots of people. The second provocation was about how deep and far-reaching this, as we face into a recessionary environment, and what that might mean for those facing into housing repossession. The question the test question for the group was about cross-sector working and whether we can learn and build on the experience over the pandemic. I would say what followed was quite a healthy and passionate debate about what change might be required, which recommendations, some very long-standing, that could be taken up. If I try to sort of give a feel of what conclusion that might get us to, I think my reflection of the discussion would be that, yes, there is room and space for cross-sector working, but perhaps to the points even made earlier in today, it's not just about how someone engages with the civil justice system, but how do we stop them from getting to the point where they need a court service. So what sort of early advice and early intervention beyond just legal and housing, so perhaps debt advice, money management, how we think about reaching people earlier, and to the point about best design systems, how do you, even with a best design system, how might you get to people? So what sort of cultural shifts are required? I suppose the reflection on the working over the pandemic was one, it was very fast, it was adaptable and innovative, and certainly with the AMR's working group there was change that was made that helped us respond. So I suppose the reflection as we go into the future is, what sort of innovation can we happen, and how can we hasten the pace of change on some of these very long-standing issues relating to housing and access to advice, certainty of funding, and fundamentally ensuring that the users are met. So that's all I really want to say, and move on.
Thank you. And now, finally, last but not least, Sue.
Thank you. In the legal education session, we had a really good and lively debate. I'd very much like to thank Robin Knowles and Judith Turner, Chief Ombudsman for Consumer Disputes, for being able to facilitate a great discussion around two main themes. One was about hearing about good practice, and then about opportunities for collaboration. So under the first heading of good practice, I think we focused quite a lot on different examples about knowing your rights and awareness of rights education, demystifying the law, and we had some good examples, for example, the roles building, education trust, and bringing students in to the roles building in terms of general information around law for life, and then secondly, moving on, thinking about innovation, completely new ways of being able to engage with people, for example, gamification, creation of videos, thinking about new ways of working. And so the third one would be cross-institutional innovation. So we heard about social prescribers who might be working in the health sector with people who are leading lives that have been affected by stress and the sort of problems that you might have in terms of medical help that you might need, how you can actually work in that environment. Then we were thinking about different networks and ways of collaborating, and how you can think about new ways of creating ways of working together. So especially thinking about universities, for example, and law clinics, and how you can go beyond traditional giving advice in a law clinic through agents like the civil university agreements, which might be putting more emphasis on universities working in their community. So how can we create more general education for the public and people when they're vulnerable? I think we came out of the session with some ideas of actually sort of trying to do something concrete leading on from this session today, so that we're not speaking into an echo chamber, and we're thinking about new ways of working with different people, so journalists, social media, new platforms, going where the users are, going to community grassroots. And so in terms of concrete outcomes, we've got Judith to commit to having a discussion with Ombudsman, coordinating between them in terms of how we might get out into the community to help people understand the role of Ombudsman. And then from my perspective, I've reached out to university law schools attending in the room to get together to talk about how we can try and develop a core understanding of public legal education within our communities and extend potentially that role of law clinics. And I think, you know, just to finish off, I think there's lots of public legal education out there. Sometimes we don't even hear about it, and we had, you know, the provocation about encouraging soap operas to do more in the realm of legal education, and that's great. And I noticed that everybody on their chairs has been given an invitation to a session on carols for pro bono, and I think these are also ways of getting out the sort of message that we have into the community. So thank you everyone for attending that session.
Thank you very much. Some of the ideas about collaboration and communication are being repeated through all the sessions. I'm very aware that we're very late now, so we're going to take a very short coffee break, maybe takeaway coffee, just grab it and come back into the hall so that we can be sitting down for the next session at 2:45, please. Thank you so much.
Stephen, you will swap round and... Right. Good afternoon, everybody. Now I'm sorry about the brevity of the refreshment session. Apologies for that. But I've got a couple of things I need to deal with. First of all, I need to give a plug, please, for the lay membership of the Civil Procedure Rules Committee. Now, since you're all here, you all care about civil justice. And if you care about civil justice, then you should care about the Civil Procedure Rules Committee. You may think it's unutterably dull and boring, and I can tell you that it's not. It's actually really interesting, and it's also very important. And one of the things that the CPRC tries really hard to do is make sure that it has a good, strong lay voice. And we've had some previous members of the CPRC who've been able to perform that role really brilliantly. But we do currently have a vacancy, and we've extended the application process specifically so that it now straddles this event. So it was actually due to run out, I think, yesterday or something like that, which obviously wasn't very smart. So it actually is still open, and it's still open for another couple of weeks. And can I urge all of you, either yourselves or if you can think of someone, to really think seriously about applying to join it. We need a strong lay voice. I can't imagine that I should have any difficulty persuading this audience of the importance of the lay voice to civil justice. Well, here is an opportunity to really make a difference. And I can tell you it's fabulous fun. There's the occasional free lunch you get from the Ministry of Justice. Well, that's got to be worth something. We even have mince pies at Christmas. But most important, it's an important job and an interesting one, and it is a place in which, from a lay perspective, you can really make a difference. So please, please, please give it your serious thought. And once you've given it your serious thought, you have to decide that you're going to apply. Okay? Thank you. Right. Now, moving on, the next thing I have to do is a very pleasant task. I've got to introduce Sir Ernest Ryder. He really doesn't need any introduction, as one often says, but it's certainly true in his case. He was, of course, a Lord Justice of Appeal and Senior President of the Tribunals, and he's now the Master of Pembroke College, Oxford. And I gather that the true list of his current roles would fill a very long scroll of paper. Luckily, I don't have to read them all out, but anyone who knows of his work up to now will not be surprised to know that he's currently doing a whole raft of different things, because he's one of the most effective and efficient people I think I've certainly ever come across in the course of the justice system. And if he will forgive me for one very short anecdote, the first time I met Sir Ernest was actually in a meeting between the civil system, the family system, and the tribunal system to discuss what was then going to be the Online Procedure Rules Committee. And we got together to try and work out how that process was going to work, and there were some quite tricky issues which we needed to discuss, and Sir Ernest was the chair actually of that committee, and I'm glad to say that we resolved all those issues quite effectively, and I think if he will forgive me, he deserves a bit of credit actually for the OPRC, even though of course the project rather went to sleep and has come awake again, but the reason it was able to come awake again and has been able to be passed with relatively little trouble is partly, undoubtedly in my view, because of the work that was done by Sir Ernest at that time to sort out the sort of things we needed to fix. Anyway, here he is, and he's going to give us the benefits of his thoughts on civil justice. Thank you, Sir Ernest.
Well, Colin, thank you very much indeed for the introduction. And how can I say how nice it is to see so many faces I actually recognise. I'm going to give you a slightly different perspective. It's that time of this day in this conference where you should have a slightly different perspective, and that is of gamekeeper turned poacher. Given the history that Colin has summarised, and the important bits of that were chairing the Administrative Justice Council as head of the tribunals, but before that chairing the Family Justice Council when I was reforming family justice, there are certain carries across to the Civil Justice Council that I think are very important. I thought I'd retired 2 and a bit years ago, but now is probably a busier time for justice than there has ever been in my professional life. I see it running a small college in Oxford where we teach both leadership and justice theory to budding practitioners and academics. But more recently I've seen it in a different context about which I can't comment further today, but it's nevertheless very important. That is the parliamentary justice system, where I'm the advisor on the Committee of Standards and the Committee of Privileges. Their work has yet to come to a conclusion. And my key message to you is to take all of those different experiences and those different perspectives and just reflect upon the fact that 20 years ago, when I came to the first Civil Justice Council as a young silk, we were still talking about the same things that you're talking about today. And that's not a criticism, but what does it mean to the member of the public or indeed the practitioner coming into civil justice? What's more, what did I talk about 20 years ago when I first came here? Well, there was a Master of the Rolls who had a speech relatively similar to the one that Sir Jeffrey used this morning, because civil justice as an umbrella then needed and still needs to collaborate with and learn the positive lessons from tribunals justice, administrative justice generally, and family justice. There are carries across that are important. So the key message in that context is that access to justice has to be delivered to be effective. My students would not understand that we're still talking about technical rule changes and collaborations and innovations 20 years on under similar headings. They don't do things that way any longer. That's not the mindset of the people that I'm teaching. And to deliver something effectively, you've got to understand that it's a duty. I almost waste my breath at times reminding successors in title and politicians that there's a constitutional duty to provide effective access to justice, not just the statutory duties that rest on the different heads of jurisdiction, the Lord Chancellor and the delegated First Ministers around the United Kingdom. And effective justice doesn't just happen, it involves leadership by those political and judicial leaders and a partnership between each of us in the 3 limbs of state, parliamentary, government and the judiciary. So leadership has to have a lodestar, and that has to be effective access to justice because it is the key enabler for all other rights. And it's at the core of what this Justice Council is all about. It's written into your core. I don't for a moment underestimate the fact that leadership of justice systems is a complex balance of interests. Those of us who've been involved in it know that sometimes you can spend your life going round and round in circles in these partnership discussions. And it's a specialist subject that probably isn't a theme for this afternoon's short digression. But what it is all about is obtaining the trust, respect and confidence of people. Having a justice system that goes further than simply delivering quality judgments, because if we can't do that, then we shouldn't be in this business at all as judges. It has to go a lot further than that. And that form of accountability for people is a rarely discussed imperative. And the balance that gets you there is very important. That accountability involves the fact that judges can be appealed, that governments can be challenged and don't like being challenged, and that the democratic process in Parliament in its sovereign sense is fine, but is only as good and as powerful as the information that it is given and the way that information is understood by the electorate. And indeed, that last bit is the only way in which justice systems are ever going to develop, because if you haven't got the ear of politicians and the Treasury, you've got nobody's ear, because nobody's going to do anything with your innovations. You, therefore, are of critical importance, a statutory sounding board that is part of the system of accountability, with the delivery of access to justice at its heart. There isn't another one. Some might argue that the Criminal Justice Board has some similarities. I would decline to accept that because it's controlled by ministers. The AJC and the FJC are non-statutory. You have a benefit that nobody else has got. And the leaders of justice systems in the UK need your advice, but they need it based upon research and experience if they're going to plan and deliver access to justice with you and for you. So, for example, what you've been discussing today is what works and what doesn't. Identifying where is the data and what does it mean. Identifying what outcomes should we want and how do we deliver them. What is our users' experience? Where do we corral that from? What innovative mechanisms are there out there? What opportunities for collaboration between agencies? I heard as I came in very important discussions about civil justice judges engaging with tribunal judges, with ombuds, with tech innovators and other justice systems and dispute resolution mechanisms. And ultimately, for all of these things and many more, what resources do you need from government? Because without that and without a bid to the Treasury, you are not going to solve the problems that you're identifying. Now, today's not that opportunity to deliver a tutorial on change leadership. Don't tempt me, I would love to. Or indeed, perhaps to describe the urgent measures that need to be taken, and I believe they are urgent, to improve our partnership arrangements with government and with Parliament. Those are important topics for another day. Today I can restrict it to the central point for you, which is a call to arms to this Council. In times of austerity and political challenge, and boy, are you living through both of those yet again, calm, evidence-based advice to the centre from those on the front line is worth its weight in gold. And why is it? The interest groups, specialisms and experiences you represent are vital in making it possible for the voice of civil justice to be heard. And that means the member of the public gets a better shot at having their voice heard. Without that, no politician is going to listen to you. Many of the innovative projects that you've been talking about, including those addressed by the Master of the Rolls this morning and by Lord Bellamy, are vital to the improvement of civil justice and the development of the system that we want. But it's sometimes forgotten that whether these innovative projects deliver access to justice, including for our most, in fact, especially for our most vulnerable users, is a question that requires data and analysis of that data. Justice systems should not shrink from research. There is no other way you can test your ideas, analyze your data independently, and be seen to be transparent. And so one way in which this Council can assist in getting a public message across is to dedicate yourself to finding the means to have proper research undertaken. I do not believe, and I've spent half a lifetime trying to persuade people, that such research is not an encroachment into the independence of the judiciary. I believe that to be fundamentally flawed. The judiciary have nothing that they need to hide and nothing that they need to fear from properly conducted, protocolled research. And again, this statutory council has a role here which is hugely important because of your independence. You can help identify what research is needed. Go through each of the things that you were talking about there in the plenary from this morning and this afternoon. For nearly 10 years, I've been involved as the person responsible for the Justice Portfolio at something called the Nuffield Foundation. It's a fabulous job, one of the most pleasurable things I do in the year. It's arguably one of the most influential independent grant providers for research into justice in the United Kingdom and across Europe. And I can tell you without fear of contradiction that when a Justice Council supports or initiates a request for research, it gets to the top of the pile. And we fund millions of pounds worth of justice research every year, and it is rigorous qualitative and quantitative research as well. Just to take the anecdote from family justice, the present president of the Family Division has on 3 occasions in the last 18 months gone to the Family Justice Observatory, which is part of that foundation, and got immediate answers to questions using researchers in universities across the UK. And that is exactly what you need when you're hit by COVID, you're hit by developments that you don't expect. You want to know what works and why, where the data gaps are, what you can use as a proxy, and so on. That's the sort of detail that sometimes we need to be involved in. And dare I say it, every year I come to the end of the Nuffield reporting period and say, we haven't had enough good applications again. If there ever was an invitation to any of you that want to sponsor somebody, that is it. Please come back to us with ideas about civil justice. And then another example is to take my statutory function when I was SPT, which was, and there's only one description of statutory functions like this in the whole of Europe, to deliver effective access to justice by speedy, innovative, informal, expert or specialist means. They obviously didn't trust the SPTs when they invented them in 2004 to actually understand that was their job, so they wrote it down in the 2007 Act and the regulations and rules that followed. Well, actually think about what that comprises, and you'll see that by doing what that says, you actually have quite a lot to offer to the public and to others, including colleagues here, by way of advice and collaboration. We based what we did in research, developing what was eventually called a managed justice system. That doesn't mean we managed judges' decision-making. We managed outcomes by looking at how good or bad we were at, for example, finding benefits claimants who'd lost their houses and so on and so on. That you have to do a Hazel-Genn type of holistic analysis to understand where your users are coming from. And if I can leave you with a challenging thought and an aspiration for this next year, it is that bright ideas, pilots and projects will remain the same for the next 20 years unless we answer the question, what are you going to do about it in terms of delivery? With the assistance of the Administrative Justice Council, in tribunals, judiciary, we were able to deliver some of our objectives. With the assistance of the Family Justice Council, the President of the Family Division has been able to do likewise. I gather from what the Master of the Rolls said this morning, he's already urged you to do the same, and can I give him my strongest support in that? We need to lead from the front, we need to be politically aware, and the Civil Justice Council therefore has an increasingly strong need to exist and has a bright future. Your strapline should change. It should change from that, your voice in the civil justice system, which you've achieved in spades, to the voice of civil justice. You should become recognized as the voice that politicians have to listen to in support of the 3 limbs of the state. So your agenda should be sufficiently forceful and in the public domain to make a difference to politicians and the Treasury. You must challenge the lack of data and be seen to do it. Bring the public's voice out into the open, help to commission research, calmly but forcefully put your point, and you've got the best advocates in the United Kingdom here sitting in the room to assist in doing that. Civil justice deserves it. You are, after all, the glue that holds civil society together, and it's a pleasure to be back with you even for a short period this afternoon, to encourage you to do more of what you're already doing. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Sir Ernest. What can I say? Duty, accountability, change leadership, delivery, glue, all this from the author of a book which actually I have read and I recommend to you. It's called Judicial Leadership. And now you can understand why our speaker has written a book of that sort, because isn't it brilliant listening to it? And can I finish with this, to thank you for your, well, obviously for your speech, but also for your invitation and your call to arms to the Civil Justice Council. And I will stand here before you and say, you can shoot me a year from now if we haven't come up with at least one decent proposal for research to put to the Nuffield Foundation. So that's 2023. That's the job of the Civil Justice Council for 2023. At least one. We can do better than one, but you can shoot me if we haven't got one. Thank you very much, Sir Ernest. So the final session for the day is chaired by John Sarabji. And I'll call John on, I think, is it? No, it's still, yes, there we go. And this is about cross-sector partnerships in our system. So, John, over to you.
Is this Daniel? Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to the last session. You've made it through the day. We'll try and keep you awake. This is going to be a fun session, I'm sure. An interesting one, nevertheless. So what we're going to do for the final session is talk about a report that was published in 2020 on antisocial behaviour, injunctions, and the civil courts. Now, as with reports, we all know what sometimes happens with reports. Some of them have a huge impact immediately. Some are put on a shelf and are forgotten about forever. I've been involved in reports like that. Never mind. This one, however, has probably had a hybrid approach. Some, a minor amount of its recommendations have been picked up. Others have gone to sleep for a little bit. So we're going to hope to bring it back this afternoon and really reinvigorate it. So we've got an extremely knowledgeable panel this afternoon. We have Emily Wilson, who is a journalist with the Bureau of Investigative Journalism, and she's going to start off the panel this afternoon with a short presentation looking at an article that she recently published on this issue and on some of the concerns which arise from ASBEs. We also have Jo Grimshaw, who was a part of the working party that produced the report, and she's head of antisocial behaviour and partnerships at Surrey Police, so a wealth of experience in this area. Then Yatunde Dania, who's a partner at Trowers and Hamlins, and she has over 20 years experience in advising on social housing and the issues that arise in that sector. Simon Mullings, who has very kindly stepped in this afternoon, and he is a solicitor at the Hammersmith and Fulham Law Centre, co-chair, not co-author. It would be difficult to be the co-author of the Housing Law Practitioners Association, but he's the co-chair of that. And then finally, Her Honour Judge Karen Walden-Smith, who is the designated civil judge for East Anglia and a recently joined member of the Civil Justice Council. Again, a wealth of experience in dealing with these type of matters from the judicial perspective. Now, before I hand over to Emily, one thing that I've noticed today is that we've heard a lot about vulnerability, a lot about data, and a lot about funding. And I have a sneaking suspicion that the panel are going to be raising some of these issues this afternoon as well. One thing for you to think about and for the panel to think about during Emily's presentation is just what reflections do you have on the points that she's made, that she's going to make this afternoon, because I'm going to be coming to the panel members for their reflections on her presentation to start with. So, Emily, I hand it over to you.
Thanks very much, John. Just check that everyone can hear me okay. So I'm going to just speak for a few minutes to try and summarise the work that we've done on antisocial behaviour injunctions. I work for the Bureau of Investigative Journalism. Our reporter, Maeve McClenaghan, who unfortunately couldn't be here today and has moved on to work at The Guardian, did several months' worth of work supported by the Legal Education Foundation. And the reason we started looking at ASBEs is we were looking at this intersection between vulnerable people and the law, and it partly came, well, it came largely as a result of the effects of the pandemic, but we were looking at we identified there was a gap in journalism and scrutiny of the civil justice system, and we were especially interested in looking at the way vulnerable people were being treated by the legal system at a time of huge social and financial pressures. You know, there was the wake of the pandemic, and then we started to see at the beginning of the year the emerging pressures of the cost of living crisis. So journalism had largely kind of during this whole process been focused on criminal justice system and people caught up in that, and hadn't looked at the emerging issues in the civil justice system. And we obviously were also aware of the impact and the lack of impact, arguably, of the Civil Justice Council's report into antisocial behaviour injunctions. Here was this huge change in the law in 2014 that changed from ASBOs to ASBEs, a big report by the Civil Justice Council in 2020 about some of the problems in the system. So we wanted to just revisit that and see, with this intersection of vulnerable people, of social pressures, of financial pressures, and why were reporters not looking into this, and why was there no public debate and scrutiny about what was going on here. So the way we work is we do a lot of collaboration with academics. We particularly worked with an academic called Rona Epstein, who'd done some work looking at this issue. But we also use data as a foundation of our evidence base, as well as talking to people and eyewitness testimony and experts. I'm going to go on and talk to you about the problems we had with data, but we did effectively have to collect our own data on this issue, because this was not being collected in any meaningful way. We had had a huge wealth of information about ASBOs and the period of ASBOs and all of the various articles that were written about Hug a Hoodie and ASBOs and the pluses and minuses of antisocial behaviour orders. Why was this big change in the law, this shift from the criminal justice system to the civil justice system, affecting vulnerable, poor, potentially mentally ill people? Why was that not having the same source of scrutiny? And effectively, it does come down to the lack of data. Now, I'll go into the problems with the data first. I just want to outline for you, summarise a bit what our findings were with the data that we did collect. So our main findings were that mentally ill people, vulnerable people, poor people, are being sent to prison by a civil court, often without legal representation, and often for very minor offences. We spoke to people with significant health problems, mental health problems, who'd been given injunctions. One described the process as a nightmare. Another described it how it ruined our lives. Another said, I don't think I'll ever get over it. Another said, this is the most horrific experience of my life. We examined cases of people being sent to prison within the last 3 years, which included a dyslexic homeless man who was sentenced to 6 months in prison for sleeping rough in the wrong place. A young woman who was transferred directly from a mental hospital facility to court and then sentenced to a 6-month prison sentence for breaching an injunction that was brought because she'd failed to let her social landlord have access to her property, and she'd made too much noise in the garden. A 70-year-old man with a personality disorder and a hoarding disorder who was sentenced to 10 days in prison for shouting and swearing at his neighbours. A man who was sentenced to 15 weeks in prison for repeatedly feeding pigeons on his balcony. So a suspended sentence was given to a woman with severe mental health issues who'd been given an injunction for shouting in her flat about the death of her baby. In several instances in these cases that we examined, judges remarked on the frailty and the vulnerability of those who were in front of them. Lawyers, again and again, told our reporter that injunctions weren't working, largely because a huge number of their clients lacked the capacity to engage in the proceedings, never mind follow the rules that the injunctions had laid out. So those were broadly our findings and the thrust of the article that we wrote in the summer. But into a bit more detail about the data that we could and couldn't compile. So as I said, with ASBOs, this was a regular source of news articles, of debate, of interest, because there was regularly data released and published and available about antisocial behaviour orders. We tried to get some of this similar information through freedom of information, because often it's not published for certain reasons, but it's collected, and freedom of information requests are often the way we get it. But we couldn't get it. The Ministry of Justice told us that the information, to collate the information that we wanted would breach the cost limit of freedom of information. So they had this information, but they couldn't collect it because it would take too much money to wheedle it out. And this was information that the CJC report had said in 2020 was incredibly important to understand the workings of ASBEs. So it was things like the number of applications every year for an injunction, the number of injunctions granted, the number of breaches, those who applied for the number that were applied for an injunction without notice, so without telling the defendant that an application had been made. And this was basic information, but it wasn't even available under freedom of information. So what it came down to, because we really wanted to try and analyse what information was there, was looking at and trawling through manually by reporters and researchers the published judgments in the committal hearing stage. So these were people who had breached an injunction and who were in front of a judge with an application for committal. So this was the absolute sharpest end. And so obviously this is not representative of the entire system, but this was all we had to go on in terms of information. So we looked at every committal hearing that had been published, and we found since 2019. So this is not right since the beginning of injunctions, but since we had to pick a time period. So in 2019 to middle of 2022, and we found 156 court judgments. Now, again under the CJC report, and under the practice guidelines, I believe, every judgment should be required to be published by every court. We could only find judgments published by 34 courts in England and Wales. So, and of those, a third of them were from 3 courts, from Bristol, Manchester, and Cardiff. So that didn't seem quite right to us, and we asked questions about why that was. But we went ahead and did an analysis of those judgments that we could find. And I want to give you a few of the numbers that we found, so a bit of the data that we found from those judgments and trawling through those judgments, all 156 of them. So basically of that number and that time period, we established that someone is up in court facing the potential penalty of prison, ultimately, about every 8 days. So 156 over this 2.5-year period came to about 156. So roughly every 8 days. Just under half got an immediate custodial sentence as a result of the hearings. Women made up 27% of those jailed, given a custodial sentence for antisocial behaviour, so a much higher proportion than in the rest of the prison population, which is about 5%, I believe. Sentences ranged from 10 days to 365 days. I believe there's a 2-year maximum, but we could only find a maximum of 1-year sentence given under these conditions. Only a handful of fines. We could only find 3 fines being used as penalties, and those fines ranged from £130 to £300 as fines. 97% of the hearings, the committal proceedings that were brought were as a result of injunctions brought by either social housing providers or councils, 97%. So only 3% were brought by the police. So this may be something that Joe goes into more, but vast majority were either social housing providers or councils. Since the first COVID lockdown, so back in 2020, and we thought that was a significant period of time to look at as a result of the COVID lockdown, 93 injunction breaches were brought to court by social housing providers and councils. And of those, again, about half, 41, ended in the person being sent straight to prison. And we tried to look at the time period between an injunction being given to someone and the committal proceedings being brought. And that was discernible in a lot of these judgments. And the average time between someone being given an injunction and then being brought to court for breaching the injunction was about 30 days, but there were some instances where there was just 4 days between someone being given an injunction and then being brought to court for breaching it. It's not clear to us how many defendants were actually present in these committal proceedings. It's not often clear in the judgments. In 19 judgments that we looked at, it was made clear that whether the defendant was present or not, but out of those, in 10 cases, they were not present. So the defendant was not there to argue their case when they faced the prospect of prison. In 4 instances, we looked at what the injunctions were for. In only 4 out of these 156 cases was it about rough sleeping or begging. The vast majority were about being forbidden from being in a particular place or about noise or nuisance to neighbours. In 11 out of these 156 cases, homelessness was mentioned explicitly. And it's in about the same number in 11, mental health was mentioned explicitly. In 22 of the cases, addiction or intoxication was mentioned. There were the instances mentioned in these judgments of really severe mental health disorders, personality disorders, OCD, schizophrenia. Only 4 of these judgments was there any mention of positive requirements attached to the injunction, and this, as I understand it, again, the experts will tell me, was one of the key important features that was brought in with antisocial behaviour injunctions, that there should be a positive requirement attached to the injunction, but only 4 of these did we see that. And at many hearings, we saw judges openly expressing concern that the person's actions had not really caused harm, but given the limited sentencing options they had for contempt of court, that jail was, they felt, the only option that was open to them in order to stop this behaviour. Several lawyers told us that they considered the majority of the people that they'd seen given injunctions did not have the mental capacity to face court or to understand the terms of the injunction. Just the final point of information before I'd hand it over to the panel, we did get some data from the Ministry of Justice that was about youth ASBEs, so injunctions given to under 18-year-olds. And as I understand it, this was because, and I think they stated in the FOI response, that this was the result of the process going through the magistrates' court rather than the civil court, so there's more data and information available. And this showed that there was about 9 every month average injunctions given to under 18-year-olds, but the breach rate was incredibly high. Now, I don't think we asked the FOI properly. We got a number of breaches rather than knowing if these were breaches of the same injunction over and over again, or if they were separate breaches of separate injunctions, but the number of breaches was almost the same as the number of injunctions. So I've still an incredibly high rate of youth breaches of injunctions. So finally, those are the findings of our report. I just want to, because part of our reporting is obviously trying to speak to the people involved in the process, and just wanted to leave you with a couple more quotes from people. We spoke to a lot of people who'd either had injunctions granted, who had faced a committal hearing, or who had challenged their injunction and managed to, with the help of a solicitor, managed to have it removed. But the process came out very clearly to us. The process was very, very disturbing for those involved. Several people said to us, I don't think I'll ever get over it. One woman told us, I couldn't speak this was in a committal hearing. I was thinking I could go to prison for arguing with my neighbour. And a severely disabled woman told us, I was facing untrue and unfair accusations made against me by my own housing association. So the picture that we formed from talking to people, from talking to experts, from trying to get data, was of a process that was grueling, it was difficult, it was damaging, but we still don't understand enough about exactly what's going on in this process. And I think data and transparency is a really important part of not just this process, but about what we should be thinking about generally in the civil justice system.
Thank you very much, Emily. Well, I couldn't speak. I mean, I think that's probably as stark an example of a denial of access to justice that you could possibly get when somebody's in a hearing and they're on their own and they've not got a lawyer there representing them. So I think I was probably right. Vulnerability, an absence of data, add to that a lack of legal representation. Judges concerned about a lack of power. They don't have the right tools to use. And a process which is described as disturbing. Well, it certainly sounds disturbing. And I think 11 years after these conferences started, to be in this position is quite an indictment. However, I'll turn to the panel for their reflections, having just offered mine. Yutundi, if I could turn to you first. I'm sorry.
It's really very, very difficult. I mean, listening to that, one can't fail to be moved. But I work on the other side. So this piece of legislation, the 2014 piece of legislation, was focused on putting the victims first. So there is a balancing act to be had. You have people who are subject to behaviour. Antisocial behaviour has a substantial impact on those who are suffering from it. Now, I as a practitioner, and I can only talk about my own experience, some of the things that you were talking about to me were alien. So, for example, I would never advise my clients to apply for an injunction against somebody who is age 70. Why? Because the enforcement option is to go for committal. And committing a 70-year-old person to prison is often not the objective. The objective is to stop the behaviour. And there's a reputational risk. You know, my clients don't want to be known as sending elderly people to prison. And so in those circumstances, one would have gone through a long process, but I would be advising, for example, possession. So that's one thing that I didn't understand. So, you know, or didn't, I can't relate to. An example of pigeons. One hears feeding pigeons on one's balcony and you think, well, is it really a problem? Well, if you're living underneath that person and the pigeons are defecating all over your home, and your landlord has taken various steps to try and resolve that situation, often, you know, the one thing that social landlords, the possession is the option of last resort, is the remedy of last resort. And so they will go through a process of trying to resolve the behaviour. And there are a number of non-legal remedies that they will try. And if that doesn't work, it will be an injunction. And sometimes my clients will say, we believe that there is an issue in terms of mental health, but we don't have any information. And therefore, as long as I believe that the person has the capacity to understand the terms of an injunction, I will advise my client to apply for one. But if it then happens at court that it's evident that there is an issue, that's the bit for me that gets very difficult, because one would ask for a report to be done. But often there is not the facilities to do that. So in those situations, I'd rather go down the possession route, because I know my judges can say, I think we've got a concern over capacity, therefore we need a report done. My client will pay for the report because they will want the information. And once they have that information, then they can look at the most appropriate remedy. So for me, it was very difficult listening and also to read that. But I don't disagree that there are practitioners that maybe will apply for orders when it's not appropriate to do so. And we all know what the law is. We know that a judge should not make an order, an injunction order, where we know that the person subjected to it, immediately will not have the capacity to understand the terms. So it's a bit of a ramble, but I feel very passionate about ASBs. They do have a place. We do need to remember the position of the focus of the legislation was about the victims, and we do have to understand the impact of the behaviour. You talked about positive requirements, and when the piece of legislation came in, I was very excited about positive requirements. But again, I have done hundreds of ASBs. I've only had one where I've been able to go for a positive requirement, and that's because my client had an in-house support team, because it often comes down to who is going to be responsible, because there's a lot of reporting requirements around positive requirements and somebody needs to be responsible for it. But in that case, it worked. So for me, if there was more organisations that we could go to provide the support, if the cost issue wasn't a problem, then I think social landlords would opt to use positive requirements more often. Sorry.
No, thank you. No need to be sorry. That's very interesting in terms of the perspective, and particularly the last point about positive requirements and the support necessary. So a piece of legislation perhaps that works in one sense, but actually you might suggest that the crucial aspect of it, the positive measures to effect positive change, actually need funding again. So again, the funding point comes up. We need to have a holistic approach, perhaps, to implementation of this type of legislation. So I turn now to Simon.
Thank you very much, John. John is absolutely right. What we're talking about today is a synecdoche of many of the things that we've talked about through the day, but almost a kind of distilled synecdoche, in that this is the real sharp end of the problems to do with capacity. There was a seminar on capacity earlier today about advice and the lack of it. There's been a seminar about advice. About all sorts of things that we talked about today. John is absolutely right to highlight that. Emily, I'm sure, will agree with me that Maeve McClenaghan is an extraordinary journalist. She really is, and also the Bureau just does incredibly important work. The work that Maeve is associated just before this project was to do with open justice and possession proceedings during the pandemic. Another extraordinary piece of work on just seeing the workings of what happens almost behind closed doors, despite civil procedure rules about open courts. The work she did before that was about deaths of homeless people, and the fact that when homeless people died, it was not recorded. Their homelessness status was not recorded on any inquest verdict, and therefore we just didn't have any information about deaths of homeless people. In that case, Maeve actually effected some real change in that is now recorded, and data will start to come through over the coming years, and statutory organisations can use that data. This is equally important work because it follows the report of the Civil Justice Council of 2020, and it highlights the fact that the recommendations of the report have not been implemented. I am no great expert on I'm a substitute here today. I brought my boots and I said, yeah, okay, I'll have a kickabout. So I'm a sub for the day. This is not a great area of expertise for me. My work in antisocial behaviour is mainly through my housing work, but I do co-chair the Housing Law Practitioners Association, and I've had very kind colleagues texting me today. If you've seen me buried in my phone, it's not because I wasn't listening to what was going on, it's because I was gathering information. My colleagues who are generally defending people facing antisocial behaviour proceedings at all levels are universally concerned that the recommendations of the report have not been implemented. They are universally seen as positive, which from my organisation, which is well known for moaning about just about everything, is a real, that's a real change for us to be so positive about a report. The concerns range from that has been highlighted, just to put a tiny bit of detail on that. The concerns relate to antisocial behaviour injunctions being applied for without notice far too often, meaning that injunction orders are made and then it becomes incumbent upon the defendant to change that position. The kind of people that Emily was talking to us about are becoming subject to an injunction before they have any chance of getting involved in the proceedings. And as we know, once an order is made, of course a judge can would review that on a hearing, but there's always there's a default position already that an order has been made, and of course a breach of that order could have occurred between the order being made ex parte and the review hearing being listed. That's a particular issue when capacity is one of the issues. Should judges be making orders where, well, I suppose what I'm saying is there sufficient evidence on an ex parte application for a judge to be really confident that the defendant has capacity, when so often, and we'll come to data in a minute, but so often anecdotally, people who are subject to these proceedings have a range of mental health problems which are profound, of varying degrees and of varying types, but very, very often profound. And those mental health problems are not just a background to the case, very often they are the case. So you can see the difficulties here. My colleagues talk about injunctions being made on the papers without notice. I find that utterly extraordinary, that an injunction would be made in these circumstances in that way. So the report contains, I think it is, my screen's gone off. It's a number of recommendations. It might be 12, the number, or it might be a different number. 15 of those recommendations. As I said, the view of my colleagues is that they are all pretty sensible. Some of them are marked, the Ministry of Justice should, as a matter of urgency, or this body or another should, as a matter of urgency, do this thing. These positive requirements that we talk about, well, there are plenty of positive requirements in the recommendations, and sadly, they have not been followed up. But what we have is a One of the difficulties, so the other main issue that my colleagues raise is to do with, and this has come up, but to do with the basically the guidelines, the sentencing guidelines for committal, which are described in the report as not fit for purpose. I don't think it's probably worthwhile me trying to go into the detail of why the current guidelines are not fit for purpose, but fair to say that it's just a disjuncture between criminal sentencing guidelines and the way in which the civil courts operate. It also goes to the positive requirement elements because, as Yatunde absolutely rightly says, it is very, very difficult to put in place positive requirements when there is not the infrastructure that is in place on the criminal side. So again, you get you get this sense of gears not meshing properly and grinding against each other. Again, the recommendations deal with that in a quite sort of simple, lucid, clear way. And I mean, I guess the message from my colleagues who are much more expert in this than me is that the report is there, the recommendations are good, and whatever is needed, really, to push this forward, that is what ought to happen. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Simon. Interesting thoughts there, particularly, I think, on the sentencing guidelines. And I think there's probably evidence out there. 2019, I think, was the point that you mentioned in terms of the committal judgments evidence. There should be judgments available going back to 2015 for those. And there is a duty on the courts to publish them. So perhaps a little reminder needs to go out there that judges and court staff do need to ensure that that legal obligation is complied with. Having said that, I shall turn now to Joe for the police perspective.
Thank you very much. So Joe Grimshaw, head of ASB for Surrey Police, but I'm actually here on behalf of Deputy Chief Constable Andy Profit, who is the National Police Chiefs Council's lead for antisocial behaviour, and just to really talk about antisocial behaviour from the perspective of Surrey, from Police PLC. So just to kind of set some context, last year 1.2 million calls for service went into police contact centres asking for help around antisocial behaviour. That has seen a drop year on year, other than the start of COVID, when we did see a spike because of the breaches of COVID being reported as antisocial behaviour incidents, which then stopped a bit later on once we knew what we were kind of doing with COVID. But what that doesn't equate to is the calls of service that are going into our local authority colleagues. It doesn't account for those that are going into our housing colleagues who are also picking up reports of antisocial behaviour. From a police point of view, we categorise antisocial behaviour in three ways. Personal, where it's linked to the act actually being at an individual. Nuisance, where it is more of a community issue. And environmental, where it would be things like noise, litter, etc. And by far the biggest call for service is that nuisance category for us as police forces. But what was very interesting is this year is there was a YouGov poll that Resolve commissioned, which actually said that 56% of the people who were surveyed had witnessed antisocial behaviour or been a victim of antisocial behaviour and hadn't reported it. So whilst my maths is very basic, if I just take it as 1 million, that's 500,000 plus people or incidents of antisocial behaviour that happen that we're not even being told about for reasons other that people are fed up with reporting, or they don't feel they should report, or they get passed from pillar to post because they'll phone the police and the police will say you need to speak to your housing landlord or your local authority. They phone their local authority and the local authority will tell them to call the police. So it can be very frustrating as a victim or witness of antisocial behaviour. So I think that's kind of really important to kind of look at. From the point that Emily said around the injunctions, police are a very low user of that. That's because we have the criminal behaviour order. And from my team, that is where 99% of the work goes if we're looking at putting an ancillary order on an individual. And I think for me, it's been really important and been involved in that report early on, because I hadn't spent a lot of time in the civil courts but we had had some very good work with the magistrates' courts before the 2014 Act came in to ask the question about how was the best way we could kind of work to do this. So for me as Police PLC and working with Mr. Profits, what we want to make sure is that actually we look at the recommendations in the report. We make sure that our police colleagues, as they potentially may start to use injunctions a bit more, because what we're finding in the criminal courts with the CBO is that we're getting trials for kind of April, May next year. And of course, for those that you probably all know in the room, without a conviction, you can't ask for a criminal behaviour order. So for me, you know, my necessity test almost goes out the window if I'm coming to court now and I'm being told that this person potentially is not going to be at court for a trial. So as for me and for other practitioners from a policing background, we're having to look at actually the antisocial behaviour injunction as a way of dealing with those people. But for me, I think the report, you know, it does worry me. It kind of highlights some poor practice, but I wonder that's because there's a lack of a framework. There's a lack of guidance around what should be done. You know, it does kind of, it makes me feel quite sick inside with some of those examples, especially around capacity. But again, I suppose from a policing point of view, we're quite lucky that we do have easy for me to say, the liaison and diversionary service. If we're looking at the CBO, because most people will have come through the custody suite, so we are in a better position to understand somebody's vulnerabilities, especially around their mental health. So for us, I think the recommendations and having sat on that do seem very simple. But as I know in most cases, simple doesn't mean to say it's easy to actually follow those through. But as police, we're going to be looking at those issues.
Thank you very much, Joe. And again, I think lack of a framework, and perhaps one of the questions that might raise, and it comes back to some of the other things that have been touched on today in the discussions in the breakout rooms, is not alternative dispute resolution, but might there be a role for something other than the civil courts, other than the criminal courts? Might we be looking at community justice centres, for instance, as another way of helping to resolve these issues without actually getting the courts involved at all? Prevention, diffusion of problems before they reach the point that the police are involved or the courts are involved. So perhaps there's another way to flesh out that framework. So having said that, we move seamlessly from the police to the courts. And Karen, your perspective, please.
My perspective, well, as I've been called on as the person with an enormous amount of experience in these matters, I should say I have very little experience in these matters because I have personally not sent one person to prison for breach of an ASB. The lack of data, which will have been found from Cambridge, will be because there are no judgments. Certainly since I started in Cambridge at the beginning of 2018. Now, it may be that we're fortunate in that we're a relatively well-heeled area, which does not mean, of course, that we don't have great pockets of poverty and are very economically diverse. Personally, I spend quite a lot of my time when applications are made for antisocial, for ASBs, rather than going through the whole thing, is actually limiting what has been asked for, and I'm afraid it does come from the police as well, is that often injunctions are sought which seek to exclude people from areas where they are seen to be a nuisance. And within those areas, you'll find that their girlfriend lives, their mother lives, their GP is located, their local shop is located. And when one asks whoever's applying, whether it's the council or the police, you know, is this really necessary? And they look at it again and they say, no, actually it isn't. What we're really concerned about is a much smaller area. So that's something I think judges have a responsibility. Sorry, could I just do that? Sorry. You certainly can. Forget everything I've said before. That's fine. So I think it is very incumbent upon judges who are sat there listening to these cases to actually look into it with greater care. It may be because I feel the confidence to do that. I do that. But what it also requires is time, which is something that the courts are given very little of. It also requires funding. One thing that concerns me greatly, and I've been much helped by Colin Burse as ever, is how getting legal aid so that people can be represented in a committal hearing is opaque, or it has been extremely opaque. We took steps of looking at all the local criminal solicitors who were most interested in the work, who offered and said, yes, we'll be happy to do this work, we'll turn up if somebody comes to court and represent them. And then they wrote back about a month later and said, we can't, because we can't work out how to get public funding for this. So those sorts of things are very important that need to be dealt with. Using ASBIs as a way of controlling people, and on an extreme, this is rather disjointed what I'm saying, but on an extreme, I did have a case come before me by the police because a 19-year-old young man who had a habit of getting his machete out and waving it around outside his house and then actually used it on someone and cut them severely in their legs. The police thought the best way forward was to get an ASBI against him. And when I said, well, has nobody actually suggested that he should be prosecuted for GBH, that came as some surprise to the police. So I think there is a danger if the police are saying, well, we can't get a hearing in a magistrate's court, so we're going to go to the civil court to get a hearing there. Good luck getting a hearing in the civil court, because given the backlogs, I don't think that's necessarily an answer. What I'd like to say from the judicial side is that it is important, as has been said, there are two sides to this. If somebody is in court with somebody seeking an ASBI against them, and then if an ASBI is granted, a committal hearing comes, it means that somebody is complaining that that behaviour is interfering with them. And the court has to take a balanced approach as to where the rights and wrongs are with that. It is essential that the respondent to any such application is properly represented. I obviously just bore people to death and stop them behaving in the way they were behaving. And that's why nobody's committed at the end of the day, because they change their behaviour. They obviously decide that, you know, if they're going to have me droning on at them again, it's better to start behaving properly. And my best example recently was of a man who, terrible substance abuse, constantly in Cambridge town centre, shouting, screaming, abusive. The pancake maker in the middle of Cambridge town centre, who of course being Cambridge is a crepe maker, he was complaining, and quite rightly, because his business was going down the drain and all the tourists were terribly upset. He came to court. There was an ASBI against him, which was perfectly proper. Suggestion he was in breach of it. He wasn't represented. I sent him off. I sent him off to talk to Jimmy's, who happens to be a homeless shelter that deal with a lot of men with substance abuse. They sorted him out, put him in a home. He came back again, dried out, perfectly proper. It took time. It meant that there was a sort of time of just trying to hold him to behave appropriately. But as I say, threatening him with being bored by the judge again was enough to get him to straighten himself out. So, you know, that's a positive story. So I think, you know, on everything that's been discovered, and he's absolutely right. I mean, it's, you know, the light does need to be shone on the courts as to where they're acting inappropriately and going too far. But I don't think that's always the case. And I would just say that all the judges who sit in the courts should just take a deep breath and not act excessively in behaving, in controlling people's behaviour, because I think my experience is people actually calm down. So there you are.
Thank you very much. Fascinating insight into the courtroom. Let me put it that way. But the serious point, and it's a point that Yatunde made as well, and it comes up, is that we're not just talking about the defendants here or the respondents to these applications and committal applications, but we're actually talking about the complainant as well. And one thing that we do need to remember is access to justice is an indivisible right. So it's the right of claimants and defendants or complainants here behind. We all have a right to have the law enforced and have our rights vindicated, whether it's through the courts or otherwise. So we do need to take account of the whole story, not just part of it. So I believe I've got a couple of minutes for questions from the audience. I was told I have 2 minutes. So if anybody has any questions or has any burning point they wish to make, there's a hand up at the back there. If you just hang on a second for the microphone. It's coming to you from the other side.
Obviously, Emily's and her team's investigations have thrown up some things which we've known about for a long time. You shouldn't ever get a judge dealing with a contempt unless the potential contemner has had every possible opportunity of getting legal advice. That's extremely difficult. So that should be made much easier. It isn't, and it ought to be. Secondly, it's often used for cases of drunks. I mean, I nearly got myself recused from my most serial offender. They'd closed the doors on the police wagon, taking him away to the station, having been arrested for the umpteenth time before I saw who he was. So I hadn't actually seen enough to recuse myself. But it's often someone who's brought along 5, 10, 15 times for being in breach of an antisocial behaviour order with a power of arrest. That isn't working, it's not the right answer. And thirdly, I think antisocial behaviour injunctions going to prison should be dealt with in the magistrate's court, not in the county court, because they've got far better powers. They can have probation, they can have terms, they can impose conditions to get these people sorted out, which is what really needs to happen. Alcohol, drugs, antisocial behaviour of a nuisance kind. That's my contribution.
Thank you very much. Anybody else with a reflection? Oh, you're all waiting. Oh, no, one more. I was going to say you're all waiting to hear Sam.
Just a very quick reflection, which I'm very thankful to have, because when I arrived at the friend's house this morning, there's a couple who's sleeping rough just in the doorway, and it was very challenging for me to even sort of come into this forum thinking about walking by, and when we spoke earlier about people having legal rights, and yet our understanding that some people have completely lost those legal rights. And when I spoke to the couple, the husband, as the wife said, had stage 4 lung cancer. And when I asked if she'd been in touch with the homeless shelter, she said, yes, the outreach worker was there, but they were threatening moving them from where they are. And there's a little phone, there's a plug in the corner where they're charging their phone. So I've been checking through the day and they've still been there. I don't know whether they'll be there when we leave, but I just thought as a reflection of the day, it shows exactly what conditions we're in, and the report highlights that, but it's absolutely on our doorstep. And so I'm just thankful to have this session, so we're thinking about this from the Civil Justice Council perspective.
Thank you very much. I think I'm probably out of time, yes. So with that one thought, I will leave it, and I will thank the panel for their fantastic contributions in raising the attention of this report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sam Allen, Secretary to the Civil Justice Council, and it's my happy task to make sure that we all really get our money's worth for this fantastic venue, and I'm going to keep you here for another 7 hours. I'm not, don't worry. This is my 4th national forum and a new venue for all of us, and you'll forgive me for 1 minute if that's made me slightly reflective. The CJC's 2011-2012 annual report said, apart from its work on the Jackson report the CJC's main activity has been to consider access for justice for litigants in person or self-represented litigants. A national forum is planned for later on in 2012. Well, here we are, 11 years and 11 forums later, and this is, and yes, I've been pleased to say this every year, our largest ever. It again has been, to many, a welcome chance to reconnect, to see people face to face, and to meet new faces in the system. That costs are back too, though, reflects something important, I think, about the continuing role for the CJC and the ongoing nature of improvement and change itself. Simply, we are all here because we want the system to be better. And that bit doesn't actually change. Even when improvements or intended improvements to the civil justice system are delivered, we still want it to get better yet. This council is, in its essence, an expression of that collective purpose, the shared will and endeavour of maintaining and developing our civil justice system. As we heard so effectively from Sir Ernest Ryder, that task is now perhaps more important than ever, and I won't repeat what he said, but like Lord Justice Birth, I certainly heard loud and clear the invitation to seek funding truly sufficient for our task. The task of improvement remains the same, even when new opportunities present themselves, as we have heard most obviously today in relation to digitisation. At its core, though, it's only possible with collaborative endeavour, and that will continue to be all about people. And so it's perhaps my most important task today to ask you to join with me in thanking some people without whom today couldn't have happened. Firstly, the team here at Friends House. You have been wonderful hosts. Thank you. I suspect we may be back. The members of the Master of the Rolls Private Office, Josh, Laura, Lara, Andy, who have all helped today function. And next, our excellent MC, Lord Justice Birth, the many speakers, breakout facilitators and rapporteurs. Thank you all for the contributions which you have made. You will know the swan of presentation requires preparation, and the time and effort that you have put in has spoken for itself. The Civil Justice Council Secretariat, Mary, Amy and Lee, who really are the people who can claim most credit for delivering what has been, I think, an astonishing day. It is a real personal privilege to work with people who share a passion about the role of the Council, and we are all incredibly lucky for the skill and dedication which each of them ally to that passion. Finally, to you all, thank you for your participation. Thank you for the ideas shared and developed, for your collaboration. I hope you have all met at least one person today that you've not met before. I hope even more that you found each other interesting. I ask that you stay in touch with that person, or perhaps many of those people, if you can. Continue the conversations and collaboration that you've begun today. And I think that more than anything will mean that when we gather again next year, we'll be able to reflect on change delivered, even as we look forward to further change to come. Thank you, and safe journeys home.